Hi, welcome back guys, this is your friend, WTFW with another fiction. What if Deku his journey as a ghost rider now? Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why seek something you've already owned? Blaze's words rang in his mind. The tunnel of the dark void engulfed him yet again. Deku knew it though. But Johnny Blaze's words somehow made it sound so obvious. He had it in him all along. Maybe he's searching way too beyond than the answer. To go such an extent of traveling and interfering with another timeline on another world. It sure as comes with consequences, and he knows it. He's basically leading something directly towards the world he belongs. Maybe it probably will be too late before something else happens. However, Deku took all the time in the world talking with Blaze and his family. And he shouldn't have just wasted his time and could have thought of Uri. A guilt in him started to form. After all, he enjoyed a coffee break when Uri's heartbeat lessened. What's wrong with him? Nothing's wrong. It's just that the knowledge about the time difference of traveling to each world might have killed his mind of urgency. Or is it that he was so desperate? But now, he do know a way. The way of saving Uri. The only way to revive her without damaging her soul or form. He finally got it. Or better say, he's about to get it. Deku slowly opened his eyes, which he didn't knew was closed. But there's some else he knows. He knows that the answer is right in front of him at the far distance of the dark void he's in. That answer he's looking for. It was that white light he saw before. The same one guide him or attracted him and lead him straight to Blaze. The white light floated in the spot as if it's waiting. Waiting for him to realize. To realize that it's basically him all along. Deku stared at the white light and took a deep breath. I think I'm no longer in ignorance. Deku said and saw the light move. Move towards him. As better he understands it, the closer the light gets. I was capable of turning into you all along. Deku said, and the light slowly came closer and closer. As it getting closer, he remembered each and every details of that white light. How its existence mattered also came back into his head. It felt like remembering something that you knew only some moments ago. Maybe he was aware of it all along. Maybe his troubled mind almost made him overthink and go beyond for something that was within reach all this time. But I know you now. He finished his lines and saw the light stop only some feet away. It would only take a reaching hand to consumed by its light. Incoming Eri. You'll open your eyes again, Deku thought, and with a confident smile, let himself in the white light, and everything turned blinding white. Meanwhile, the camp hall was silent, except for Izumi's cries. The rider is now here. 1 second he's moving, but the next second he was still as a statue. His palm was on Eri's head, and that's another reason why nobody moving closer to Eri. The last thing they want is mess with the rider. Even though they have advantage in numbers, there's no doubt he won't take long to destroy each and every one of them without any effort. But something they didn't expect was his reaction. Ryder wasn't an emotional type in their imagination. Things are different if compared it to your expectations. It's an obvious lesson, though. Everyone stayed silent, and some of them didn't even notice that the rider is spaced out because it's only been 10 seconds since he closed his eyes. But for Izumi and teachers, that 10 seconds gone like a full hour. Kodachi never left, and it's still in his normal Raven form. Only Kodachi is capable of understanding what's going on with its master. And Kodachi knew that its master is not spiritually here, even though his body is here. Where's the ambulance, Mr. Aizawa? Izumi shouted, ending the silence all at once. Even though Eri is with her only for a short while, the little girl really stole her heart. Maybe that's why she's the one taking Eri's condition worse than anyone else. Aizawa snapped out of the trance and looks at her. What should he be saying? They're in middle of a thick jungle. Even if the best driver in the world to drive around the jungle, it will take more than 20 minutes. It's a low blow for the teachers to choose such a location. Maybe they were overconfident. They've underestimated the capabilities of the villain. And they forgot even the rider could interfere if wanted. The rider saved them. Each of them. It's hard to convince themselves that. But it's the truth. However, there's another possible truth. When he opens his eyes and something worse happens to Eri, then their savior going to be their nightmare. If only the situation was less tense or nothing was on stakes, maybe they would have tried to fight and arrest him. But provoking him now obvious the foolish move. Aye. Aizawa found himself stuttering. It's not the first time someone is dying in front of him, and he's helpless. Even if they try to transport Eri with their quirks, it only open up her wound further and kill her immediately. Maybe the rider knew it. They don't know what to do even though it's only seconds since he closed his eyes. We should have taken her to hospital by ourselves. It's all my fault. Izumi cried out. She really wants to push the rider away and run away holding Eri in her hands. But she knew it was pointless. It's nobody's fault, Izumi. The ambulance will be here in any second. Please hang in there. Mandalay tried to calm her down even though she doesn't know what to do as well. Their own training ground turned out to be the biggest trap they trapped in. They've learnt their lesson in a hard way, and that lesson cost almost Eri life. Almost means she's still breathing. They are ashamed to even call themselves heroes. They can't even save a child who's taking her final breaths right in front of them. Izumi just shook her head and cried louder. Heartbroken cries made other students tear up more. This side of Izumi is paining to watch. They prefer that confident, cheerful, and feisty Izumi. This person crying for Eri seemed like someone else. Someone so fragile and losing their sanity. A minute passed, and everyone kept their head low in hopes of hearing a siren of an ambulance. In their knowledge, that's the only source which can help Eri. Izumi took Eri's hand and kissed her small, unmoving knuckles. Please, wake up, she begged. Begged to both Eri and God. Even though Eri couldn't hear those pleadings, somebody else could. And that somebody ain't a god as well. Kodachi was only next to Eri, and being an abnormal bird, others could almost understand its movements. Because, all of a sudden Kodachi seemed snapped its head in the rider direction. Because of being next to Eri, almost everyone saw the change in the bird behavior. Maybe it was a sign. The sign of what's going to happen next. Even though they knew it's going to be big, didn't exactly knew what. But for them, it didn't took any more time, because dark smoke started to rise from the rider. Izumi and others had their eyes focusing on the rider all of a sudden. That smoke. It only appeared when they seen him covered in green fire. His gloved hand still rested on top of Eri's forehead, not adding any pressure or weight in it. Each and every eyes are on them right now. They saw his hooded head move awkwardly, just like in a horror movie. It's like he's transforming into his fire form, which none of them seen, because his hood never revealed his identity. But they've only heard stories of his appearance. He ain't so beautiful when he's transformed. That's only thing they knew. Well, they've heard of him being a skeletal figure. But it's not what they believe. They won't believe even if they wants to. It's just way too much for believing. The smoke intensified, and soon there was a sound of the fire. And eventually, they saw the fire coming out of the hood. Not heat radiating, nor the smoke chocked their windpipes. It's like an artificial fire though. Looks like fire, but doesn't act like fire. Even though it's capable of turning somebody into ashes. It doesn't make sense though. And they completely missed the fact that the ground he's standing already started to melt. Usually they're afraid and intimidated when they seen his usual fire form with the breathtaking green beauty of a fire. But not this time. No. This time they are amazed, confused, and clueless when they saw the fire on him. No longer the emerald-like fire is there. The fire is pure white now. With this fire, his nickname doesn't match up with his appearance anymore. White flames on vigilante, or whatever he is, made the name Green Flame less sensible. But this white fire is somehow more beautiful than the green one. It almost replicated the color of an angel. The room held their breath, and eventually the rider moved to look at Iri's wound. The bandage Mandalay applied slowly started to burn away, and Izumi was about to freak out. But to her surprise, the fire is not burning Iri. It's so strange. This ghost rider is something else, and they admit that it's literally impossible to understand who, what, and how is he. Where did he even come from? What happened to his green fire quirk? There's another old question, everybody trying to find the answer of. What is his quirk? What does it do? Being a walking mystery he is, they obviously don't have the answer. What are you doing? Izumi mumbled with wide eyes as she watched what's going. But instead of hearing his words, she only saw his fire brighten more and more. Everyone slowly stood up and watched, both confused and afraid. What's going on? Is he doing something to Eri? If so, why? The teachers looked at one another and was ready to take the action. But everyone stopped midway when the white glow of his fire slowly engulfed Iri's motionless body. It's not the fire that engulfed her, and it's clear. The magic of some sort happened soon after. To everyone's surprise, the blood on Iri's neck slowly vanished, and soon the cut on her neck started to throb, and the dirt and dried blood on her wound slowly vanished when the white glow covered them. Izumi's heart was beating fast and breathing hitched when she saw the cut slowly started to get smaller and smaller, until not even a trace of the wound is visible anymore. As if that's the sign, Rider Glow disappeared, and the smoke and fire also ceased immediately. The room stayed still and silent, and everyone including Aizawa's eyes are widened and mouth agape. Her wound, the one that was killing her, it's not there anymore. With shaky and hesitant hand, Izumi reached and ran her fingers on Iri's neck, where the injury was some seconds ago. Her eyes aren't playing tricks on her. It's all true. Even a small scar cannot be seen, and even the cuts on her small body was also vanished. What kind of trickery is this? What the hell? Izumi mumbled, running her eyes all over Iri. Disbelief is the evident emotion everyone saw on her other than pure shock. What other miracles they are yet to see? What else this vigilante could do? What is the extent of his quirk? Maybe they'll never know. The breath they didn't knew they were holding finally left their lungs. Past few hours didn't go in their favor, and Iri's condition almost sent them in a trance of self-loath and guilt. They believed that it's their fault. After all, they could only watch her die. Now it's time to wait for Iri to wake up. They started believe that she's saved, because the wound killing her disappeared. They prayed to God, she wakes up. After all, there's hope now. Everyone looks at one another, as if to confirm everything happening is in fact true. And it is true. They watched Izumi shaking hands roaming all over Iri's head, neck and hands, confirming that her wound's no longer present. However, suddenly Iri's small frame jolted up, eyes widened and mouth agape, with a deep and long gasp, which almost made others flinch. Iri's gasp was for the air her lungs lacking at the time. Tears flowed, indicating her struggle to breathe properly. Her heart beat fast. Not anymore, it's dying. Not anymore, it's silent. It was beating loud and lively, as it should be. Soon followed her coughing and wheezing. Izumi snapped out of her trance and held Iri close, rubbing her back gently. It's okay. Breathe in slowly. She whispered something along those lines, and nobody missed the happy and relieved tears flowing down Izumi's cheeks. Because she's finally feeling alive again. They stayed like that for a couple of minutes, and Izumi did her best to make Iri breathing back to normal. Not every day things like this happened. Nobody didn't came closer, though. It wasn't because of the rider. It's probably because of the sight they are seeing is too good to be ruined. Izumi relieved. Small smile proved that how much happy she is. Obviously the happiness cannot be scaled, but they guessed its depth. I'm sorry, Izumi finally said when Iri finally breathing and regained almost every part of her senses. She's awake. Confused but awake. She heard everything, including Izumi's heartbeat when she was in her embrace. Eri only tightened her hold on Izumi and buried her face deep into Izumi's shoulder. She remembers what happened, and it's a sign that tells Eri is aware why Izumi is apologizing. Eri remembers the monster who hurted them. But that's all she remembered. The rider presence and what he did was the only thing that she's unaware of. Eri nodded. That's all. Izumi kept mumbling her apologies, and some time passed just like that. Kodachi eventually approached and tapped its beak on Eri's leg, which attracted both of their attention. Izumi looked down and surprised how happy it looked even though it's only a bird. Why is like this though? Why is it good and evil at the same time? Just like its owner. That thought caused Izumi to look up at the rider and saw two glowing eyes in the darkness of the hood. But this time a silhouette of a face was visible. It didn't reveal his identity, but it only showed the shape of his lower jaw. Kodachi. First time after she woke up, Eri talked. Almost shrieked seeing the bird. But she still clung on to Izumi, not letting go. Izumi, however, was lost in the eyes of the rider. It wasn't because it's breathtakingly beautiful. It was because of how familiar it looked. She's seen those eyes before, and she never got a close look at his before. The rider was closely watching Eri, and that's why she had the chance to get a closer look at him. Now he didn't intimidate them. He's happy. His eyes gave it away. Eri reached down and patted Kodachi's head with one hand. Kodachi seemed like loving the kind gesture. A mysterious creature indeed, just like the rider. Thank you, Izumi subconsciously said to the rider. She didn't even meant to say it out loud, though. But she said it, making the rider look at her, and finally Eri's eyes landed on Mr. Izu. Deku didn't utter a single word to it. But Eri's eyes sparkled and stretched out both her hands as she sat on Izumi's lap. Eri could only smile wide. She was too happy that she didn't know what to say. Everyone looks at Eri with wide eyes and then back at the rider. They didn't know what to expect. Eri basically inviting the ghost rider for a hug. To everyone's surprise, the rider slowly leaned to her level and scooped her up by a warm hug, and he stood up with her in his embrace, and just as he turned around, Eri's hand hit his hood, causing it to fall off of his head. He didn't care though. He just kept Eri close and calmed her mind even further with his warmth, which always kept her calm. Nobody saw his face, but only his white hair. Nobody was familiar with the white hair except for one. Uraraka. She's seen it before and remembered who it belongs to. Deku, she mumbled. The boy she had crush on. The boy who smiled at her. The boy at the mall bumped onto her. The boy who calmed her down at the stadium. The ghost rider. She ain't mistaken, and she's sure of it. That hair if his gave him away. And now it makes sense why his eyes were familiar. When she first met Deku, it was the rider's green eyes that looked back at her. She missed something obvious. Deku is the ghost rider. The vigilante they're scared of. The aftermath resulted in various events to unfold. The news was gruesome. The attack at the camp was live that morning on every news channel. That means not only civilians and sinners watched, but also the parents of the students as well. Nezu was picking up phone calls after phone calls while the teachers gathered around him. They're back from the camp and let the kids rest for the week. Parents complained, but they do realize what it takes to become heroes. Some of them needed assurance and convincing. And so Nezu informed them that they can come visit their kids for next few days. Gladly, no students were hurt. That's one of the events. But there's more. The news channel was in, and the horror back at the camp was unfolded before everyone's eyes. Maybe the entirety of Japan witnessed carnage inside a big crater that looks similar to a giant footprint. Inside the crater, a graphic display was aired with disclaimer, and those who saw it vomited, and the horror was unbelievable. Maybe that's why the parents were worried the most. Izumi and her friends, like always, gathered around the big TV room and watched the horrific sight. Eri sat on Izumi's lap. The rider never talked anything after that. He apologized to Eri and then left. No one dared to stop him. But they never saw that intimidating and confidence on his body language when he left. They saw him forcing his own movements. Uraraka was acting strange ever since then. What is it bothering her was unknown to them. The brunette seemed want to say something to them and teachers after the writer left. But she never spoke anything ever since. She's not even watching the news with them anymore. She's still locked in her room. You go on. I'll catch up, is the only response if they knocked on her door. Something's bothering her. They're aware of it. But they're afraid if they'll bother her that way. The students were all felt sick down in their stomach seeing the display. The villain who attacked them, the ones who hurted them, is now are nothing but some pile of flesh on a disturbed ground. But what caused such a crater? It's almost looked like a giant footprint, but who it belongs to, they doesn't know. Whoever they've seen at the camp, none of them are this huge. It cannot be just a coincidence, because next to the crater, there's another huge footprint-like formations. The mystery, however, ended up with the writer. The reports claimed that they're comparing footprints with the big ones. It's stupid when it sounds, but it's the logical way here. Momo changed the channel, making others look at her confused. Momo only motioned at Eri with her head. She's right. Even though Eri is comfortable around the writer, but the graphic scenes are too much for a child like her. But what they don't know is that Eri doesn't care about it much. She have experienced being just a flesh pile when Overhaul was around her. But the scenes like these reminded her of him, which means the sight alone doesn't bother her, but the memory it brings. So, Todoroki, I've never asked, is your father all right now? Momo changed the subject. Todoroki stiffened and recalled that day. He visited his old man that day. He heard things he didn't want to hear. He's not fine at all, Todoroki truthfully said. They nodded, showing pity. And I fear he lost to me already. Todoroki said more to himself. His wish was to defeat his old man all by himself, but now Endeavor is just G. A quirkless hero that world yet to be seen. Nobody except the doctors, teachers, him and his sister knows that Endeavor lost his fire. The writer claimed his trophy that day. Mirko already back on duties, and she's more ruthless now. Even though she's in bad terms with the former number 2 hero, she blamed for being useless that time. The writer is a big red X in her eyes, and she'll find him. That little kid is a bigger threat than anything she ever faced. All Might and Endeavor is strong, but the writer is chaos. She heard only positive about him when interrogating the people he saved. But there's no guarantee that he's capable of hypnotizing or something. What if they're just the puppets to divert their attention? What do you meant by that? Momo asked. There's some time I want to believe that on my own. But I'll explain everything later, he replied. Sure, take all time you want. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it either. We understand you, Momo said with a reassuring smile. Others nodded. She's right, bro. We got your back, you know, Kirishima added. No, I want to talk about it. It's important. For me at least. But I want some time to adjust. Have to scrap some of the fantasies. I'll be fine, he said, shaking his head. His words confused them. But they didn't push him any further. Izumi looks at his way and then back at Eri. Back at the camp, there was those minutes where she thought Eri won't be with them anymore. She was lying when she said she have hope. In reality, it was some empty thoughts of crazy chick who almost lost everything. She ever since kept Eri close, but she wasn't overprotective. It's lessons she learned with all those nightmares. She doesn't want the history to repeat. I've heard our parent are visiting tomorrow. Are you guys excited? Gyro asked. Such an important topic. They know that their parents literally gonna hug them or go crazy when see those minor wounds on them. Bakugo scoffed, and some nodded and some shrugged. What's there to say? It's obvious. It'll go smoothly, Kaminari said. In their way, Zero added. They've talked for some time and spent hours doing random things they're pleased with. But never have they forgot anything happened back at the camp. Maybe it's all an excuse to forget it somehow. And then it's the events with the officials. Mirko described the writer to a sketch artist at the police station. She clearly remembered the boy who had that terrifying aura around him and squashed them with those weird powers. His sharp and young face, bone-chilling gaze, messy white hair, everything. But the sketch artist could do so much, and when the sketch is finished, there's only just resemblances. Mirko was unsatisfied by the results, but she knew better than to be so picky. She handed the sketch to Tsukachi, and he's in middle of discussing with higher-ups to spread this sketch all around. Overall, the capture of the so-called vigilante is coming closer. When that day arrives, it's self-explanatory that the biggest threat of them all came to an end. Maybe their ignorance is the source of that. They doesn't know what happened to Endeavor. Those who are afraid is powered up by the greed of money, and the noticeable decrease in those types are evident as well. It's just matter of time before the sketch would be revealed to outside world. The prize money also going to be so rich that a fool will think the culprit himself surrender. And there's meeting every single day, and the Tokyo government was rumored to contact and seek backups from the outside. This time, there's not going to be taking chances. They'll be well prepared. Meanwhile, the lure to All Might is come to an end. Right, Doctor. All for One's voice echoed as his eyeless face stared at the many glass tubes in front of him. They're wiped out. No one survived. Even the Namu are eliminated. The doctor reported without zero remorse in his voice. Even All for One doesn't seem to be mourning his beloved successor demise. But there's a smirk in his oxygen mask, which cannot be missed. But you've got something, Doctor. What is it? All for One said knowingly. Maybe the evil always thinks the same way. The doctor laughed manically. Heroes won't find much flesh out there. I've got the half of their body. All I need is their DNA and some modifications. We only need Namu if no successor is capable of welding your strength. The doctor said. You flattering me. But I think there should be more men with us armed. And you know what I want. All for One said. Gigantomachia will be there. The doctor said. Maybe I'm still gonna live for the day I see All Might fall. And I won't forget this ghost haunting the villain either. All for One said and enjoyed the sight in front of him. Namu looks way too interesting today. Maybe it's because there's certain someone is turning into his favorite creation. Elsewhere. Chaos everywhere. Pure carnage. Mutilated corpse littered all over the alleyway. People are alerted when they heard screams, roars, and that's why the hero are here. Investigating the onslaught, and half of them didn't have the guts to stay around. The sight was that horrible. It's almost impossible to figure out if the corpses belongs to a human or not. That's how dismembered they are. Police arrived soon after, followed by the forensic experts, and confirmed the dead bodies belongs to humans. There were blood, gore and burn all over, and no ashes, but straight up melted candle like bloody piles. Even the toughest of them felt sick down their guts. But the burn gave away the culprit, and it was obvious. The culprit identity is seen by the melting corpses, and they've seen it before. It's safe to say, the writer is behind this sickening massacre. Some bodies are figured, and the writer broke one pattern here. The died ones aren't heroes or villains, but the normal civilians themselves. This time, the writer went overboard. Not like his kills were less of a carnage, but this time it's just normal people. The writer. He's now the main priority for the execution list. He's a threat that should be eliminated. You've been so down recently, Yura. Izumi spoke. She thought of having some fresh air, and in middle of the night. She wasn't expecting Uraraka up and thinking the same as her. The brunette, in the other hand, seemed lost in her own world, thinking as she looks up at the starless night. The rainy clouds hid most of the light, and the heavy rain cooled down the atmosphere. It's maybe not a perfect night to think something and expect the stars to guide to the answers. But it's still a night. Uraraka doesn't look bothered by the rain anyway. Maybe the rain is a physical picture of her mood. If that's how it is, she chose a perfect night to think of things. But Uraraka also looks like she's stressed out. That tense-looking shoulder give away that details. Izumi noticed it because she's been there. Her life never was a perfect roller coaster. It was a road with many turns. She always chose the wrong one, even when the outcome is obvious. Everyone's life can be described as the said road, and they also takes different paths. But in her case, maybe she's too tired of herself. Uraraka is going through the same. Almost like a decision meant to be taken. Izumi won't push her. That's a promise. Uraraka was startled, but calmed down when seeing Izumi. Oh, hey yeah, I'm fine. Uraraka stuttered. Izumi sent an apologetic look and spoke. I don't know about that. I know the camp went horribly wrong. Ever since Iri got hurt, I've noticed you're so gloomy or distant. I didn't have the right to say this, but you should not be dealing with guilt. It's not your fault if you think that way. Izumi spoke way too much and way too fast. But Uraraka understood her. No, I'm not. Thinking all that? It's just. Uraraka fumbled with words. What on earth she supposed to say? That the writer is supposed to be the boy you guys mistaken as my crush. That'll sound. Well, she doesn't know how it'll sound. Izumi shook her head and moved closer and surprised Uraraka with warm hug. It's okay. It's okay to not talk about it. Just calm a bit. I know you're stressed. Izumi whispered and slowly patted Yura back. Uraraka wasn't expecting this to happen. But she let her muscles relax, and it's been a while since she was tensed. Izumi and her magical hug. But I want to talk. Just need some time. I thought I've experienced a lot. Guess I was dead wrong. Uraraka whispered back, melting more into Izumi's hug. It sounds way too much for you, Yura. Just feel free to drop by any time you want. You're not disturbing me, No matter what hour it is, just knock on my door. You're always welcome. Izumi comforted. Izumi felt her nod and heard a small and sad chuckle. Thank you, Ame. A year ago, I would have cried all alone and nobody would have seen it. Nowadays, I don't feel lonely anymore. You always were nice to me. Thank you. Uraraka mumbled softly. Don't thank me, silly. We're besties after all. Izumi said back, still hugging her. I learnt a thing or two from Izuku. He did the same for me. I am basically continuing what he started doing. Be nice to everyone. Izumi added. Maybe she's way too emotional for Yura. That's why she started thinking about Izuku. A brother she lost way too early. Maybe his absence was a punishment. A punishment for everything she and others done to him. Uraraka reminds her of him. Both are so kind and inspiring and most importantly, lovable. When Izumi broke the hug, she didn't expect a stunned Uraraka. The brunette stared at Izumi like she saw something mesmerizing. Izumi raised a brow and realized that Uraraka is actually looking at her eyes. Yura, why are you looking at me like that? Izumi asked, confused. Uraraka snapped out of the trance she's in. Those unmistakable similar eyes got her attention. But she shook her head. No, nothing. I was just thankful for your words. Uraraka said, and Izumi nodded. For some moments both girls leaned onto the railing of the balcony and remained silent. Izumi sensed Uraraka's eyes on her, and before she asked something, Uraraka asked something else. You know that you never talked about what happened. You, Bakugo, and your brother. What happened between you guys? What happened to your brother? I remember you told me that you'll explain it later. We never got a chance after that. Uraraka said. Izumi looks at her and nodded. That's a talking point she delayed way too much. They knows he's dead, but the details are still unknown. He born different. That's how it began. Me, Izuku, and Bakugo used to be shared some deep relationship. We were like inseparable and made many empty promises. I remember that day when the three of us promised one another that we'll be superheroes together and become the next All Might. When each of us kids was gifted with our quirks, Bakugo and I was so happy. Izumi started and Uraraka stared back at her surprised. She wasn't expecting Izumi to speak up. But Uraraka still looked at Izumi's eyes though. One day when Mama took him to the hospital, doctor revealed that he won't get any quirk. Ever since then, things changed. Me and Bakugo changed. When Izuku told us about his condition, Bakugo was angry, telling that Izuku broke the promise. Me and Bakugo fought because of it. He wanted to hurt Izuku, and I wanted to stick by his side. Izumi stopped and sighed. She looks at Uraraka, who stared back as if processing everything. But eventually I too started to be like those who around me. I befriended some bad kids, and I started to become one of them. My emo girl appearance is the result of that. Bakugo was with the same gang, and over time me and him started to become close. Izuku was just a forgotten subject back then. Bakugo was mad at him, not me. And me, on the other hand, was being manipulated by the people I hung out with. And I started to pick on Izuku, and my so-called buddies joined too. Bakugo took the opportunity to hurt him more, and the bitch who I am didn't even stop. I've let it all happen. But he never hated me, and at some point I've caught many of the so-called buddies lying. They just using me, or better say pretending to be all nice, and I got into an argument with Bakugo about his friends. He never approved of my claims, and we got into some back and forth, and we stopped talking to each other again. That's how our feud began. I felt like a fool, and I drifted more into a bitch, and this time I was all alone. I never used drugs or anything. But the depression acted like one. I've been reckless and was so mad at everything. I started to lose temper easily, and at some point I had a razor right above my pulse, about to end everything. I thought my problems were the worst. Then I remember Izuku slapping the blade out of my hands and hugged me like I did to you and begged me to calm down. He even told me to hit him instead to relieve my piled up anger and stress. That day I cried, and he hugged me, and it took me some time to redeem myself, and then I started to see from Izuku's perspective, and I realized one thing. My problems are just nothing compared to his. His world was completely different mine. I asked him one day that why aren't you sad when those people made fun of him? He just replied that it wasn't all normal. He told me that it's been happening since he was quirkless, and I've been so blind. On top of all that, I was one of them. So I again made the wrong decision. Instead of loving him normally, I've gone overboard and was an overprotective person, and thinking back now, I realized that I made his freedom restricted. Izumi continued, and unknowingly tears fell. No matter how much time have passed, the guilt is so powerful to be forgotten. It always reminds her that he'll never come back. He's gone. I was so mean to him, and I was the bitch who forced him to quit his dream. The night Izuku passed away, he told me that he'll quit and won't go for UA. He always wanted to be here, and I blame myself. I still do. If I wasn't mean to him that day, he wouldn't have gone to the library, and a car wouldn't have ended his life. Izumi finished, and she was already sobbing, and Uraraka was hugging her the same way she did. Uraraka tried to calm her down, and she found the gesture helpful. Hey, there. Don't cry. We can't change what happened. I'm sure you realizing your mistake is a good thing. You don't have to live in ignorance. Yura spoke in small whispers. But why? Aren't you mad at me? I was a horrible sister. Izumi asked, sniffling a bit. Uraraka shrugged. She have something to figure out. But she can't leave Izumi like this. I too was a horrible daughter. I couldn't help my parents, and I don't have anything to give them now either. But you know something? My parents doesn't think of me that way. I'm sure your brother thinks the same about you. Uraraka spoke gently. She has doubts. Izumi's eyes have that same beauty, as the supposed boyfriend of hers. She remembers his face, and thinking of him now, she recalled how lost she was. His scent messed with her head, but his scent won't work here. It's just a doubt that needs confirmation. But she knows who is the boy she bumped into actually is. She only wants the confirmation of those green eyes. But even if she's right, how is possible to see a ghost or touch them? It was not even a hallucination either. I don't know, Izumi mumbled. Uraraka needs the confirmation, and so she decided one thing. It okay. Now, come on, I'll drop you at your room. Yura said and guided Izumi towards her room, and Izumi let her. The confirmation is in Izumi's room. It's just a matter of moments. They slowly made it to the second floor, and Uraraka opened Izumi's door, and they entered. Uraraka wasn't in that much of a hurry, and she gently made Izumi sit on the bed. You okay? I've been better, Izumi said with a small tired smile. She's drained. Maybe she's more tired than she thought. After all, she doesn't sleep much after the camp, and always checked on Eri. Uraraka smiled back, and then slowly looks towards the table where a small framed portrait sat. Those broccoli hair and green eyes, round face and freckles. Even though the boy she knows have sharp features and white hair, the face is still recognizable. The confirmation she was looking for. The dead man is out of the grave. The next day at the mall, Uraraka walked along with the crowd, and her eyes are all over the place. After last night, she couldn't stay still. She's here for two things. First is to refresh her mind, and the second is, she's hoping to find someone particular here. If he's someone who finds this place somewhat refreshing, then he'll be here. She have a lot to speak, and she'll find him. She's been here for a whole morning and noon, and sadly her parents couldn't be there, so she was here all alone. But that's not an inconvenience. Eventually, she sat on a familiar bench where she always sits. Many people passed by and some smiled upon recognition, and she returned the favor. Just like that, some time passed. She almost stood up and walked away. Well, she stood up. But before walking away, the familiar scent hit her nose. It calmed her nerves, but this time she's prepared. Oh, sweetie, I'm glad you are not hurt, Inko said, bear-hugging Izumi. Wasn't I keep saying the same thing? Izumi replied, not bothered by the crushing hug. She's used to it. No, you said, you're fine, which is clearly not. Inko replied, breaking the hug, and cupped Izumi's cheeks with both hands. Look at you, all skinny and pale. I'm guessing that the cafeteria is your least favorite of this place. Inko mumbled, concerned, making Izumi sigh. I'm fine, Izumi said. Nope. Not until you have some nutrition back in your system. Which is why I'm here. Inko replied with warm smile. Nutrition back in system? Who speaks like that? It's way too dramatic. You know, Mom? Izumi pointed out. Inko shrugged. I've picked couple of things watching movies, you know. It sounds cool saying big punchlines, she said with a goofy smile. Izumi shook her head, chuckling. You're the same, Mom. I think I missed you more than I expected. Izumi mumbled enough for Inko to hear. Aw, I missed you too, honey. Maybe the dormitory idea was way too much in my opinion. But I can't risk your safety by letting you travel all by yourself every day, Inko said, hugging Izumi again. I know, Mom. But I love it here as much as I'm with you. It's all part of being a hero, you know. Don't worry, okay? I promise I'll call you every day. Izumi promised. Mama happy to hear that, Inko said. They eventually let go, and Inko's eyes traveled towards another way, and a surprised and happy glint appeared in her eyes. Izumi followed her gaze, which landed on Arish, who stood there watching them. Ah, who do we have here? Inko said, and slowly moved closer to Eri. Inko crouched next to her and smiled. Hello there, sweetie. What's your name? Inko asked sweetly. Eri's eyes widened when she asked her that. Maybe she wasn't expecting this woman to be nice as well. Eri looks up at Izumi, who chuckled and nodded. Eri took that as a assurance and nodded. "I'm Eri," she replied with a small smile. She at least knows that this woman is very special for Izumi. What's a true mother is, she forgot. Inko chuckled by her cuteness and playfully pinched her cheek. "Nice to meet you, Eri," she said. "She's been staying with us. Been a while. I think I forgot to mention her," Izumi apologetically said. "You haven't called for a while, so it explains why I'm not aware of this child." Inko replied with a pout, looking at Izumi. "Oh, come on. I told you. I'll call you from now on." Izumi defended herself. "Sure you will." Inko shrugged. "I mean it," Izumi said again. "I know you mean it. But I think you should prove it. Call me every day around 7. Then I'll believe you. And not buts," Inko playfully ordered. How about 8? I'll probably downstairs around 7." Izumi started, but immediately shut up when realizing that Inko was only seems interested in talking with Eri, who also seems happy about it. It a rare sight of seeing Eri all happy. Ever since the camp, her dear Mr. Izu almost stopped visiting. If only she saw the carnage he left behind. Even though he saved them, his way was too much of a chaos. The aftermath of the massacre still sends shivers down their spine. But the reality is also that a serial killer vigilante saved them. It way too chaotic to think about. Half an hour later, everyone was at the living room. Parents talked with one another, and even the students were talking. Izumi sat there bored and sometimes faced an equally irritated Bakugo. Everyone was there except for Uraraka and Todoroki. Todoroki is visiting his old man. And about Uraraka, nobody saw her since the morning. Even her parents aren't there. Izumi didn't try to be so pushy, so she didn't try to find Yura. She's probably wanting some time. But the reason for her behavior still haven't been clear. But Izumi trusts her. Yura told her that she will talk to her. But suddenly Mina came down the stairs and rushed towards the TV. They found it. She shouted and turned on the TV. Meanwhile, her brown eyes traveled around the crowded mall. She knows his presence. He's here. Out of all the tries, she's willing to find him. He's right in front of her in the first try. If it's not luck, then what it is? Her eyes searched everyone passed around her, but none of them was familiar. However, the sense of his presence is still lingered. He's here somewhere. Uraraka took some deep breath and moved forward. She tried to remember the last time she saw him and where she bumped into him. But that was just a random spot. It could be anywhere near the ice cream shop. Uraraka wasn't sure how is she feeling now. The boy she thought was attractive and normal turns out to be the one who's behind all those gruesome murders. Ever since that fire pillar up in the sky, the world first encountered the Ghost Rider or Green Flame at that time. The last description she has in mind for the Ghost Rider is him being a teenager and have a breathtaking appearance. She expected a grown-up or a creature or monster. He doesn't look like any of them. Shaking off the wandering thoughts, Uraraka proceeded forward. But there was a moment where she realized that she found him. There in a side bench, he sat staring at her with an intense glare. It's almost as if he's waiting. Uraraka's heart skipped a beat. Not because of his attractiveness, but instead of a feeling uneasiness. He seemed incredibly calm, yet threatening. His eyes almost glowed with those unreadable emotion in them. Overall, this time, he seemed different. Differs than the boy she saw some time ago. There's no longer he has that smile on him. Safe to say he generated an aura just like the Ghost Rider. The mysterious vigilante finally have his cover blown. But there's this fear in her. Fear of seeing a dead man. If he's the same person she think he is, then how come he got resurrected? He's dead, right? If only Izumi would have been lying all this time about his death. Maybe he never died. It's not possible for a died person to sit on a bench in middle of the mall, who seem way too real and people can see him. Is the reason why his name is Ghost Rider? anything to do with him being an actual ghost. If so, she didn't know that it's possible to touch a ghost. Uraraka stood there and didn't even move. She watched him, and little did she expected him to vanish, just like an actual ghost would. But that never happened. Instead, he slowly stood up, making her a bit uneasy. The revelation of who he is really messing with her brain now. She did somehow expected him to throw a ball of fire at her. Doesn't know why though. But she did. But he didn't do anything, except took some steps forward. It felt like her heart sinking in a deep fear. She doesn't show the fear though. Why is she afraid? Well, she doesn't know. It doesn't make sense. Just like this boy walking right now. It's like the dead man walking phrase come to reality. She stopped herself from taking few steps back when the aura around him radiated a powerful intensity. And he's not even close to her yet. By that feeling, she do know what kind of a threat he is. If she was fighting him, she would have think twice before standing her ground. She can picture all those possibilities when she gets on his bad side. She witnessed his carnage. This boy, or the Ghost Rider, is a villain that doesn't make sense. A murderer who also sometimes a savior. But he only known for who he actually is. A monster. Even though the incidents happened with him saving them times, their view on him never changed. It's because of the news. There's always a news about the notorious and mysterious vigilante. There's no way one could figure out what he really is. If only there's something really wrong with his brain. Why save and kill at the same time? No answers. But she does have a feeling that she'll know soon enough. At least she will question him, even if it's the last thing she'll do. The boy moved closer and closer, and some of the passerby bumped into him didn't bother to stop and complain, because they felt that aura too. They doesn't know him, yet they figured it out that he's the wrong guy to mess with. His concentration stayed on her until he's right in front of her and towering her. This time no hood hid his face like he always did when he was going all savior act on them. Nobody will expect this young boy in that dark leather hood and green fire. His fire probably would engulf his hair whenever he used his strange quirk. That's probably enough reasons for hiding his head. Well, that's just a guess. But this time, she have feeling telling that the reality is way extreme than any theories or guesses. He's the living proof of that. Well, undead in his case. One expected a monster. Turns out a boy hiding in plain sight. He's just seemed an expert at it. After all, he fooled her. She doubt his words now. She no longer have that trust in him. He looks down at her like she's looking up at him. The only difference is that only one of them seem unaffected. He's still while she's troubled. But her inner struggles to stay calm is also not well hidden. She took some breath and sighed. After all, out of all the people, only one managed to go through everything and find out who really I am. Huh, he said in a low voice. It surprised her though. She had a feeling that he knows what she knows. But it still surprised her. Little bit she thought, he will deny. Turns out he already accepted everything. But there's a bunch of questions in her mind. Out of all the possibilities, turns out you are the one everyone's after. Hiding where everyone will see, but won't recognize. She replied. Deku's face changed its emotions suddenly. He only chuckled amused and shook his head. Uraraka raised a brow in confusion. Did she said something funny? He immediately stopped chuckling and looks at her again. Hiding? Why I would do that, he questioned. Isn't that obvious? To hide your true identity or intentions or whatever. Uraraka pointed out the obvious. And yet, here am I in middle of a huge crowd, having a conversation with a UA student about who I really am. I wouldn't have done that if I was trying to hide, he said with smirk. It sends shivers down her spine. What? She could only say that much. I'm not hiding. You know why? He started leaning down to face her, making her step back a little. She could only see seriousness in those green eyes. She held her breath, as if that will help in the situation anyway. Because I don't care. he said straightforward and moved his face away from hers. She blinked a few times to process everything and realized what he said. I don't care. If I was hiding, nobody would have known about my existence. If I wanted to hide, I've destroyed every evidences that led you to me. I'm not a fool to give anyone information that I don't want them to know. You wouldn't standing here if I put any effort in laying low. He said the truth. She cannot spot any lies. He's real honest. He's straightforward with every replies. She wasn't expecting this to go without any drama. And that's why she's struggling to keep her composure. She was only prepared for a negative retaliation. But now he doesn't even care that someone knows him. That pushed her into the unknown territory, and half of the questions she wants to ask just escaped her mind. But I'm here now. The only mistake I did is to keep the secret with me. I should have informed my teachers beforehand I came here. That way, they'll know why I never came back. Uraraka said. Deku didn't even show any emotions. But I thought true heroes won't let the innocents die. If you die out here even after you told them the whole thing, they won't be the heroes you think they are. Been searching for me for a while, but I never seen any genuine efforts by their side. He countered. Half of it didn't quite reach her understanding, but she caught the part where he called the heroes false ones. What do you know about sacrifices? If a scenario happens that way, then it's because I'm willing to die if you are brought to the justice. She said big words. It wasn't something wanted to say out loud, but she didn't care. What matters is the answers she seeks. Deku's eyes went cold, and Uraraka saw something she never saw, but wanted to see. Those eyes now matched with the same portrait in Izumi's. Her dead brother. She almost forgot that in the tension of the moment. Uraraka knew that she said something wrong, and it hit him mentally. Izumi told about who he was. Even though the Ghost Rider is a counter-opposite of the Izuku Midoriya in Izumi's stories, Uraraka did believe her. And she slowly recalled about everything Izumi said. Maybe her words came out harsh. And if he's that same boy, then it must have hurted him. I had to suffer. Until I was dead. He said in a low and slow voice. Those words hit her soul. It was scary and also saddened. The pain in those words almost got hidden by his usual intimidating tone. But she heard it. She almost missed it, but heard it faintly. Uraraka sighed and looks up at him, and she forced herself from feeling guilty. He's not that same boy anymore. But that doesn't give you the rights, Deku. It's way too extreme. And you found the wrong bunch to take your anger out on. I'm sure none of you murdered, had a role in bullying you. She said. If that's the only thing you can come up with, it's not even close to the reality. Sometimes things are possible which doesn't make sense. Deku replied and walked away towards the bench he was sitting. Uraraka watched him go and sighed. She needs information. Throwing accusations ain't a good approach. So she decided to behave with the situation. She nodded to herself and moved closer to him. She took a seat next to him and looks at him in a different perspective. Until now she treated him as the rider. But how about see the boy who turned into this monster? How is it possible? I do believe Izumi, and I've seen your grave. How is it possible unless you faked your death? She started with that topic. He didn't spoke anything. So she decided to continue. I do believe her. She told me how much she missed your presence. How everything changed since you're gone. And how she'll never see you again. But then I'm seeing you here, alive or undead or whatever. Going on out there, massacred those people and calling yourself the Ghost Rider. How a boy like you turned into this? How are you even alive? She asked some of the questions she wanted to ask. He looks at her. I never survived. I'm dead and I was that boy, you know. But I changed. Everyone will if they realize the truth. You too. He said, but before she could ask more, a crowd gathered around a big screen on the wall. The news are out. Deku pointed at that direction. I guess it's only the matter of seconds now. Meanwhile, The massacre left the civilians horrified and led them to a point where they demanded answers. This time, no heroes or villains perished. The bodies belonged to the local citizens, and the police promised another promise of expanding their reach on the case. At first, the promise caused another riot. This morning, the higher-ups said that they finally have a lead. The day pro-hero Endeavor and Mirko was attacked. Mirko had the target on sight. She claimed that she'd seen his face, and they've recreated his face by drawing. Few minutes ago, the drawn picture was published to the public. This is the monstrous vigilante looks like. A picture of the drawing appeared on the screen. Contact for help immediately if seen this individual. And do not engage in any form conflict. That's only thing they've heard. Everyone stared at the picture, and only the some of them had their eyes widened in shock and horror. Katsuki, his mother, Inko and Izumi was those people. Even though the picture wasn't 100% accurate, it is identical. One of the officers who can see the bits and pieces into someone's mind created that. Even with some minor changes, everything else seems accurate. And that's why it shocked them. That face never left their hearts, and now it appeared somewhere it shouldn't be. Inko almost screamed, but no sounds came out. The shock was way too overwhelming. The door burst open to the staff room. The teachers gathered there, watching the news like the rest. They were processing everything that's going on. All might like a stone on a corner. Nobody except he knows the reason. He remembered that face now. Up until now, there wasn't a reason to recall the face. But now things are changing. Even though the details are faded in his mind. But that boy is way too familiar. He lied to that same boy. He's not mistaken. Even though the drawing is sharp on edges, the similarities are way too much to dismiss. Everyone was shocked. They weren't expecting a kid. Even present Mike, Midnight, and Eraserhead didn't know what he looked like. So it's unlikely they know he was just a kid. The infamous Ghost Rider. Aside from him being the rider, none of them recall seeing that face. But Eraserhead wasn't sure though. He's seen a face similar to that. But when the door busted open, he knew where he's seen that familiar face before. Izumi and Inko rushed in. Well, it was Inko who barged in. What's the meaning of all this nonsense? Inko shouted, facing the teachers. Her outburst was surprising, and everyone except Aizawa was confused. Inko's eyes are bloodshot. Anger and sadness evident in her eyes. Izumi wasn't an exception. We don't understand. What happened? Midnight questioned. Inko only marched up to them with a finger pointed at each of them. As the so-called heroes, you are supposed to realize what happened. You let something happen that should not be. Inko screamed in anger, confusing them further. Her wailing never stopped. It only grew. A mother's pain is way more than a bullet in the heart. The evidence is her tears. It kept flowing. My little brother isn't a killer. He was a good boy. He was. Izumi shouted, only to be silenced by her own guilt. Something like this always make the memories freshen up. It's painful. Teachers looks at one another, and even All Might snapped out of the trance he's in. He couldn't say anything because he's in his skinny form and didn't want them to know. But he was keeping an eye on everything. Before the teachers could say anything further, Aizawa decided to speak up. It's a drawing made by an officer with Hero Mirko description. I don't know what's true, but it's possibly a misunderstanding. Aizawa spoke. Everyone looks at his way. So you're pretending to be all right by everything. My son wasn't a killer. He's not a child you can frame because you can't find the actual culprit. You of all people should know what's true and possible. Inko's voice was really filled with grief and pain. Her every words are heartbreaking. We'll come up with a solution, Mrs. Midoriya. We'll find out what went wrong and how your son's face reached those channels. And Aizawa started only to cut off when Inko motioned him to stop. I've never got used to him being gone. And now you just used his face to close whatever going on outside and insult his soul, and you're ranting about solutions. Is that solution will undo everything and give justice to my son? God will never forgive any of you. Doing anything to cover up your helplessness in such cruel ways, shame on you. Inko's shouts echoed around the building, and her cries soon followed. Izumi came by her side and looks at Aizawa. I want you to fix this. You were the part of this investigation, but I want you to prove my brother's innocence. If you want proof, just visit the church graveyard. I hope that's enough to prove that you were wrong, she said, and lead Inko out of the room. Everyone was silent. Nobody spoke a word. What just happened now? Are you familiar with any of this eraser? I got this feeling that you do, Nezu asked. Up until now, I never get to see the identity of the vigilante, even though I've encountered him more than anyone else. But the sketch is so similar to that of Izumi's deceased brother, and I think it's a coincidence or some cruel hoax. Aizawa. But if Mirko described this face as they say, why did she make them draw this? If it only a coincidence. I don't want some local to spread such lies about a deceased child and get away with it. Midnight said. The news must be false, or the similarities between the child and vigilante must be huge. If Mirko actually made someone draw it, we should approach her, Ectoplasm suggested. First, we must contact Tsukachi. He probably would have saw the picture before it was uploaded. If it's real, that is. Cementos said. Very well. I will contact Tsukachi as soon as possible. Nezu agreed. Meanwhile, why? She mumbled as she saw the horror that was being unfolded on the channel. The innocent civilians who is massacred on the pavement, and the gruesome part is something she already want to forget. Why? Kill them? She asked slowly with her eyes still glued on the huge screen. Deku sat there with his brows knitted together. Something unnoticed which he hasn't felt yet. He doesn't feel anything. Something hurted those people, and somehow he was unaware of it. Why? He's aware of the greatest of evils, and he'll track them down eventually. But how come this particular incident went unnoticed by his watchful eyes? Something is going on, and this time he's unsure. Uraraka looks at his way in pure hatred and disgust. You, monster, she said in a low voice. Deku, however, still had his eyes on the screen. Then it went down towards the people who's gathering under it. What would your family think? Those poor people will be devastated because their dead son's face is all over the news, and they won't think you're alive and killing innocents. Aren't you at least pretending to be a good person? At least you should have kept your face hidden. Izumi won't take it lightly, Uraraka said, and was in verge of tears. Deku looks at her. Get out of here, Uraraka. I don't want people see you with me, he said, and put on his hood and stood up. No. Answer me. Why murder innocents? What have you gained? She asked again as she stood up. She's afraid, but she's a hero. She's supposed to gulp down her fears and face the problem head on. I would have answered you. But this time I'm seeking answers as well. Now we will walk our own separate ways, he said, but she caught the back of his hoodle. Answer me, Deku, or whatever the hell you go by, she said. He stopped and accidentally, she made his hood fall off, revealing his face again. When he was sitting, nobody seemed to notice him. But when he's standing, some of the people saw his face. The first to recognize his face was none other than an elderly woman who fearfully looks at him, and then at the screen. The woman whispered something to the person next to her, and by the horror on the other person's face, you can guess what is the elderly woman said. Run, Uraraka. Don't look back. Deku said, only to get ignored. Then the hell broke loose. Next second, people were screaming, running, and creating a distance from both of them. He saw almost 100 eyes on him and Ochako. But nobody could get a better view of her face, and Deku saw how some of them trying to look her face. And some people stopped and pulled out their phone. Deku knew this would happen eventually. But he didn't want it to end this badly for Uraraka. He was planning to keep his hood up. But Uraraka blown his cover. By doing so, she also becomes someone else. She became a hostage, partner in crime, a hero and a villain at the same time. He gotta do something fast before they get to see her face. Deku then caught both of her shoulders and created a portal under them, which teleported them somewhere else. I already called Mirko. Ever since the incident with Endeavor and the Rider, she gone brutal. Literally doing everything to get a hold of the vigilante. But it's true that the sketch was made following her instructions. Sakachi informed. And I recall you saying that you were the one handled the case of the villain who killed Izuku Midoriya. Am I right? Aizawa questioned. That's right. But I didn't knew about the similarities of the picture and the boy. I do remember his face, truth to be told. I was also confused. Sakachi said. I was believing it as a hoax, but showing an innocent child face as it belongs to the writer. It's more than messed up. I wouldn't want my loved ones to be entitled with position of a killer, especially if they're no longer in this world. Midnight said sympathetically. Sakachi nodded. But we should know Mirko's side of story. Maybe it is all just a coincidence. Not the first time you see someone who's identical. Tragically, the writer may be identical to an innocent child. I'm sorry. I don't think an apology would be enough. Mrs. Midoriya is taking everything hard and rightfully so. We need an explanation or take down the picture as fast as possible. Aizawa demanded. I worked things out. The picture will be taken down if Mirko doesn't have an explanation. Sakachi said. Midnight exhaled a frustrated sigh. Can't you just show Izuku file to the higher-ups already? Why bother waiting for her to show up? We cannot let the damage get worse than it already is. Think about it. Midnight said. Sakachi nodded. I did submit the file, but they are not willing to take chances. Like I said, the similarities between the two must be thing. At least that's what the department think as well, it seems. The sketch is somewhat different from the real picture of Izuku Midoriya, and that's why it's not taken down yet. Sakachi explained. Midnight looks back at him. You serious? What on earth is going on with your department? Aren't the obvious evidence enough? Midnight asked, annoyed. Our department. And that's how things works. Sadly. Sakachi said. Procedures are just unacceptable sometimes. I'm helpless for now. Let's just hope they agrees to our terms. Sakachi said, rubbing his temple. Then the door burst open, revealing an impatient-looking Mirko, staring right back at them. It's better be worth hearing, she warned. The three looks back at her. Please come and take a seat. We got something to discuss. Sakachi said, gesturing towards the chair next to the two heroes. Mirko huffed and just stood next to the chair with her arms crossed. I'm fine standing here, she said impatiently. Okay, then Sakachi started, only to stop when Midnight stood up. I hope you know the things are going on. Midnight spoke with her eyes narrowed. What things? Mirko asked, a bit confused. Midnight sighed. I just don't want to sound harsh, but because of the sketch done with your description, really did created a huge mess. Midnight said, and Mirko understood what she's talking about. Mirko looks at Sakachi and scoffed. I wasn't the one who was so eager to sketch. I was told again and again until it all comes back as my responsibility. Some people dragged me here and told me to elaborate, and now it's my fault. Mirko raised her voice, really frustrated. Calm down, Mirko. That's hardly the point, Sakachi said, trying to cool her head. Mirko was edgier than usual. She's really annoyed, and her voice explains that. It didn't help much. Mirko remained annoyed, and she already wanted to get out of there. The guilt was killing her. Even if Endeavor wasn't her friend, she blamed her for let Ryder do his handiwork under her watch. After hearing that Endeavor lost his quirk, she started to take things hard on herself. What's the point then? She asked with a low grumble. Aizawa decided to speak. The point is, He started and showed the sketch on his phone to her. "Is this actually the picture you helped making?" he asked. There was a silence as Mirko looks at the picture. Three of them looks at her and hope to hear her say no. It's almost can be confirmed, because they know what happened to Izuku. There's zero chances that she saw him. Midnight wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Watching Izumi and her mother was heartbreaking. Mirko slowly looks back at them. "Yes," she said. "Now what?" she asked. Her reply shocked them almost. But the next question will decide the main point. And they really hoped to hearing negative. "Was the vigilante actually look similar to this?" Aizawa asked, and they really wanted her answer to be a no. "Of course it is." "What do you think why I made the officer draw this?" Mirko almost shouted. "But that's impossible," Midnight said. Mirko's eyes twitched in annoyance. "Of course not. I remember everything clearly. I'm not blind." Mirko snapped. "Then I think you should keep your eyes checked." Midnight snapped as well. "Enough, you two. Behave like a professional." Sukachi interfered. "Yes. This is not a good time for arguments." Aizawa agreed. Midnight and Mirko looks at one another in annoyance. "Mirko, are you 100% sure about this sketch? Everything spot on?" Aizawa asked. Mirko swallowed the urge to growl in anger. "For the last time. Yes, it's spot on, and this is how that brat looked like. And my eyes are not playing tricks. If only Endeavor was awake. He got a better look than I did," she said. Aizawa and Sukachi looks at one another. Sukachi nodded and brought a file out of his desk and handed it to her. A copy of Izuku file. "What's this?" she mumbled and took the file from him. Mirko opened the file and flipped the cover, and they saw her eyes widen slightly, and they widened more and more. Mirko looks closely at Izuku's photo, and the writings filled on the dotted lines. His name, age, and finally the cause of death. Mirko's confusion was really evident, and she looks back at them. This kid. He looks just alike," she said. "We know. When sketch was publicly released, Izuku family saw it. You do know how hard this was for them. That's why we keep asking you if you really see the vigilante like this." Aizawa replied. Mirko shook her head in disbelief. She looks at Izuku's face and decided to speak again. "Actually, the writer looks a bit older than this child. He had white hair instead of green. Eyes were sharp instead of round. That's all. Everything else looks identical, and I'm telling the truth. I don't know how his family taking it, but I can 100% guarantee that he looked like in the sketch," Mirko said. The other three looks at her, and all they saw was truth. Sukachi can confirm it. She's definitely saying the truth. "Now, what do we do?" Sukachi mumbled. "We shouldn't have let the sketch go public. Even if the sketch meant to show the appearance of the writer, it indirectly is aimed at Izuku as well," Midnight said. "There's a way," Aizawa said, making everyone look at him. "What way?" Midnight asked. Aizawa was planning to let Mirko say to the higher-ups that she didn't know about the sketch. That way, they'll get the permission to take down the picture. However, the phone rang. Sukachi pressed the button, and they could hear loud and clear. "Ghost Rider is spotted at the city mall." Meanwhile, the warmth has gone. The feeling of being surrounded is gone. The source of light has gone. Uraraka felt as if everything has darkened, and all she was doing is to keep her hold on his hoodie. 1 second she was yelling at him, and the next second she's silent. Everything shifted so quickly that she couldn't even understand. Uraraka looks around and everything was dim, and all she could see was the shape of the things in the room or whatever place she's in. However, when looking at his way, she found the familiar green eyes concentrating on nothing. He looks lost for a second. She slowly let his hoodie go and backed away. Where did you brought me? What's this place?" "Deku," she mumbled nervously. Her outrage died down and his intentions was unclear as night, which scared her more. She saw the two glowing eyes snap to her way, and soon the place was lit up. The sudden brightness made her squint her eyes, and it took her some time get adjusted. When finally regaining her vision, she looks around the old and worn-out looking hall. There was some old broken benches and a worn-out carpet. The light was green, and that's why she looks up at the ceiling only to meet with a breathtaking sight. The chandelier. It almost looks like the flower Ero carries around. The fire lit in the shape of thousands of little flowers and designs. A beautiful thing she never expected to see. Even though she saw how beautiful the flower Eri was given, the chandelier looks like something else entirely. Both are beautiful in their own way. But then she realized that she's being distracted. Uraraka looks at the place Deku stood, and he wasn't there. Uraraka tilted her head confused and slowly looks around the place. She saw every corner until she was looking straight at the concrete throne-like structure. Deku sat on it and was lost in his own world. He was thinking of something. What's this place? Why are we here? She asked again. Deku slowly looks at her. A church, where I live, he responded. It's quite ironic, though. A murderer seeking shelter under a holy place, almost as if the devil himself is welcome here. But in this church, he's the one on the spot of the god as he sat on his throne. She won't be surprised if he's a cult leader or something. A church? She said. I couldn't find someplace decent enough to be habitable. This is the place I've met Kodachi, he said, as if they're lifelong friends who reunited. Uraraka blinked few times and regained her senses. She remembered why she's here in the first place. You're playing me. Just pretending to be a savior. Why? I don't understand you, she said truthfully. Deku didn't respond. I save those who are innocent, Uraraka. I kill those who are the sinners, like I said back at the mall, he said. Uraraka shook her head and scoffed. No, you're not someone with a reason, it seems. Just killing without cause. And out of all the places, you took a holy place for a hiding place, Uraraka said, pointing around the big hall. Deku sighed. I won't change your mind with just words, Uraraka. But for the first question you asked, you're here because I wanted to keep your face hidden from them. If you are seen with me, there will be many reasons or theories people come up with. Just getting you put of there seemed like a reasonable thing to do, he said. She recalled the events and almost didn't notice that people was paying attention for the last few seconds before Deku brought her here. You're capable of thinking things through. Then why are you doing this? I don't understand anything you said back at the mall. Why this killing spree? Why the innocents? What have they ever done to you? She asked with a pained look. She will become a hero eventually, and seeing the innocents get killed is too much for her. Even though she's trying to become a hero to take care of her parents, she also loves helping others. And now she's here, facing the monster who kills everyone on his sight. Who is the innocent, Uraraka? He asked. The heroes you murdered. Those civilians you murdered just few hours ago. Those innocents, Deku. Those innocents, she said, raising her voice a bit. Deku didn't spoke and stared at her without blinking even a slight. He's intimidating, even when sitting still. Take a seat, Uraraka. I think I know how to start the answer. Please don't say no. I don't want to keep repeating my own words, he said, gesturing her to a bench which he sometimes uses. Uraraka knew better than to not listen to him. She did as told and waited for a reply. I don't kill without any reasons, like I said. I kill who deserves death. Not for my satisfaction, but to punish them with their own sins. It's just my way of saving the world, he said. Uraraka scoffed. There won't be anyone to save if you keep killing, Deku. Back at the camp, and every other time you saved us, we hoped that you are a savior. At least I hoped. But I couldn't. Ignore the dead piles you leave behind. Saving and killing has a huge difference. Just stop, she said. Deku shook his head. I won't stop. Not until the sinners are perished. Just didn't worry. I saved the good souls. Fake heroes I killed was the definition of wolf in the sheep's skin. They corrupt while I cleanse. Killing with or without reasons are two different things, he replied. Are those innocent civilians are the so-called sinners you mentioned? I see the bloody rampage, not the reason. Yuroroka said. Who are you? You cannot be Izuku Midoriya. You cannot be Izumi little brother. You cannot be the person who gave Izumi the purpose she struggled to find. The Izuku I heard of was a hero who loved everyone and tried to help everyone even though they are mean to him. You're somebody who's using his face and nothing else. Uraraka said in a low yet audible voice. Deku looks down at the ground for a few seconds and smiled sadly at her. You're right. I'm not Izuku anymore. I started to accept the name Deku, or the Ghost Rider, or whatever you name me. I tried, to be someone lovable until I was dead. Maybe I was naive. I was probably blinded by the lies of this society. Lies that gave you false hope, only to destroy everything you got in a second. I learned that the hard way, he said in his own low voice. Uraraka didn't know what to do. His personality just shifts so quickly, and she's so confused. Just answer me this. How are you still alive? I saw your grave. I saw your family mourn. How are you still walking as if nothing happened? How do you got a quirk when I clearly remember Izumi saying that you didn't have one? What's happening? She asked. Deku shook his head. I'm dead, Uraraka. Just to not complicate things, I actually died. I came back from the dead. I realized the truth, and now here am I terminating every sinners that corrupting the world. He said, and as he predicted, she just seemed only more confused. You're just sick in the head. Or I'm losing my mind. Nothing makes sense. You don't make sense. She's troubled, and he could sense that. It's not surprising, though. Like what else you do when hearing that somebody came back from dead. Even if it's the truth, nobody won't believe it even if proof was right in front of him. We're both normal. Nobody losing minds. As I said, everything is complicated. You won't understand. But remember that I kill the sinners. No matter what or who that person is. Endeavor is an example. I didn't kill him, but punished him for what he done. Deku said. Endeavor is out classmate father. Because of you, he's always sad now. Uraraka said, and felt her brain about to explode from every senseless things. Just say why you killed those civilians. I want to go now. I need some time to free my mind. She said straightforward. Deku nodded and stood up and walked closer, making her a bit uneasy. However, he stopped in front of her. It wasn't me who killed them, he said, and she was even more confused. They found the burn marks. It only happens when you're involved. Nobody caused such carnage like you, Deku. Don't lie to me, she said, accusing him. I won't lie to you. I only told you truth up until now. I have nothing to hide, Uraraka. I didn't deny killing everyone except the civilians. I have a reason, and I know what's right, he said. How do I know you only told me truth? I don't know you. I wanted to befriend Izuku Midoriya. But now I don't know. I don't know what to believe. Just I want to go back to dorms. I hate this place, she said. Deku nodded. I really hope that nobody saw your face back there with me, he said, and his eyes glowed. Uraraka flinched when a big fire chain appeared out of nowhere and created a portal. Go through it, and you'll be in your room, he said, and she looks at him as if he's crazy. How am I supposed to go through a fire hole? She said. It won't hurt you, he said, poking his hand inside of it, and showed her that nothing happened to his arm. Uraraka gulped, and she really wanted to get out of here. See, she brought her hand and slowly touched the fire hole, and her eyes widened when feeling nothing. Without any other delay, she ran into it and passed the fire hole. Uraraka slowly opened her eyes which she closed before entering the portal, and she looks around, and she's already in her dorm room. "What the hell?" she mumbled. She never done anything like that before. Hell, she haven't even seen such a quirk before. Uraraka looks back at the fire portal and saw Deku standing there, and he just waves at her. Then the portal closed rather quickly, leaving her staring right at the wall. Dark clouds dimmed the whole place, giving the environment an eerie feel to it. The usual crowded city seemed like less populated. Maybe it's all just a feeling. A feeling of dread and fear that messes with someone's mind. A feeling that always seems to make everything look dead. A feeling that make the cruel world look more frightening and worse. And amongst the said feeling, a monster is let loose without any core of existence. Deku cannot feel anything as he overlooked the whole city by standing on top of a building. Cold breeze made his hair and leather outfit flow, and just by that, he concluded that there's a storm coming and moving closer. The time was almost evening, and it's supposed to be not so dark as it is right now. But thankfully it doesn't affected his scouting. He could see just as clear like normal day. He could see everything, except the answers he's looking for. On this day, he realized that there's another monster out there that's not him. But still he's getting all the blame. Even though he doesn't care about anyone's thoughts on him, he cannot let someone to ruin his code. For him, he has reasons for what he does that outside world haven't figured out yet. But this time he has no knowledge of reasons of the newcomer or the Ghost Rider wannabe. Whoever he's dealing with moves without his awareness. Does something unforgivable and vanish from his watchful eyes. There's surely something out there that doesn't kill with a goal. And he knows why he have to stop that somebody. Deku looks up at the sky, and without a second delay, Kodachi appeared right in front of him. "Saw something?" he asked. Kodachi didn't give him any indication of being spotted something. Sure, Kodachi is fast, but it cannot be everywhere all at once. Deku knows that, and that's why he only praised his bird. "Don't worry, we'll figure something out eventually." Deku reassured Kodachi, who reacted positively. Kodachi once again took off into the sky and away from Deku line of sight. Kodachi knows that it has no reason to hang around where its master have a clear view on. Kodachi's duty is to see beyond its master's reach and inform him about it. Deku watched his raven fly away, and he looks down at the city. Nothing out of ordinary. A fire portal appeared under him in a second, and sent him through it to the next location. Deku is doing the same thing for an hour now. Just as Uraraka left, he's out of his base and searched for this new killer. So far, no use. He cannot sense anything. He shifted his vantage points in every 5 minutes, and he kept on going. He have to find the culprit, and fast. After 10 minutes of waiting, Kodachi came and hovered next to him and screeched. A signal he was hoping to hear for God knows how long. "Where?" he asked, and Kodachi took off to the direction. Deku didn't waste any time and leaped off the building, and midway through his fall, another portal appeared which he gone through immediately. This time he got transported to another rooftop. He looks around, and it didn't took him any time to notice the carnage that happened on the street below. It wasn't even a secluded part of the city. Not the most bustling part of the city, but there's civilians all around. Deku saw a few horrified bystanders. They cannot even able to stand straight from the whole mess. Their reaction is understandable. Like, what will you do if one day you ran across a street filled with guts and blood of people who was alive few while ago? That's why he focused on something entirely different from the bystanders. There's a sign of disturbance on the pavement, almost as if something heavy stepped on them. And that was only the beginning of a trail that goes deep into the city. The damage done here wasn't as big as last time. But there's no guarantee it will stay that way if he doesn't hurry up. He sprints off of the rooftop to the next one, and he kept his pace after the trail. With his metal underside boots clangs on every step, he could dig his step further into the concrete to build up more speed and grip in his human form. He looks up at the sky and saw Kodachi, circling a place that's not so far from where he is. Kodachi has its eyes on the culprit. Deku tried to speed his way towards Kodachi, but slowed down when seeing his fire raven suddenly halt, then started to look around as if it lost the sight of the attacker. He finally reached the place Kodachi was circling, and he saw another spot with almost 5 or 7 mutilated bodies. Claw marks and burn marks. The common clue the foe leaves behind. It's something big, not bigger than a first-floor house, but a bit bigger than All Might himself. At least that much he can tell by looking at the footprints left behind. The strange part is, he cannot even sense the souls of the dead ones, nor he could sense the people in danger. Those killer is fast. He's sure about that. Deku looks for more trail, but he saw nothing. The footprints only leads to the murder scene. The creature or the individual haven't left for any other way from the spot. It's like they are vanished, just like his fire portal. That thought alone stressed him out. Is there actually something or someone who's capable of doing such things except for him? He thought. Without nowhere to go, he finally decided to get down there and see the damages himself. Another portal appeared under him, which transported him to the scene below. He can confirm the fact that it's nowhere near a kill with a reason or method. Just a total massacre that is done mindlessly. It's simply a sport, or there's more to it than it seems. Whatever is out there killing folk is now become a threat to even him now. Even he cannot figure out what's going on. Now it's his turn to question about the answers he seeks desperately. True, he has knowledge, but pinpointing something out of a countless other things. It's close to impossible, unless he's faced the enemy. That's the problem though. He's not sure who or what he's dealing with right now. Crushed bones, shredded flesh, and splattered intestine literally decorated the whole place. For him, these carnage doesn't seem like nothing. But it will be a lot for a normal person. A lot too much. Ark. Deku head snapped towards the feminine scream. His eyes widened when seeing a middle-aged woman staring at the scene in quite horror. Her face pale and her frame literally shaking like a leaf. She fell to her knees, unable to move, and Deku realized one thing. In her perspective, she literally saw the murderer standing in middle of the crime scene. Even if it's not what it looks like, he's the last person she want to hear it from. He cannot go near her without giving her a heart attack. To avoid any more attention on himself, he created a portal under him again, which transported him to a different building. The day can't get any troublesome. But he knew something is about to happen. Looking at the horizon, he saw Kodachi flying around at the distance, surely looking tirelessly for the murderer. Deku once again leaps off the building and sprints to the other. With every jump, he paid close attention to the streets below. However, he found nothing. The rain started pour, and the atmosphere cools down more than it already was. The sense of dread and uncertainty started to mess up his thoughts. In his human form, he's almost have a fragile mind like every other human. But the difference is, he feels more than an average person. Thankfully, he has the ability to differentiate between the right and wrong thoughts. And right now, he's accepting the feeling of dread. Because it will fuel his sense of urgency. It will make him want to capture the monster on loose. Like a normal vigilante, he leaps all over the rooftops and scouts the R for the target. Sure, he could just use his motorcycle. But it's only going to attract any unwanted attention. The last thing he wants is to deal with both heroes and the monster at the same time. He's not sure which one is he end killing then. In 5 minutes, he covered almost quarter of the city thanks to his enhanced speed. But so far he could not spot anything unusual. With one final jump, he came across a rather strange view. Deku skids to a stop when seeing something down at the streets below. The pathway was narrow and a bit hidden from any natural light. On the corner of the said street, he saw something weird. A black object or something. He's not familiar with the thing, and he sure as hell know that it doesn't belong there naturally. Deku decided to take a closer look, and as usual a portal appeared under him, which transported him right next to the black thing. Deku narrowed his eyes at the foreign object. He then observed it carefully. The thing looks like popped black blob. A slimy and dark purplish ooze covered the black thing inside. It was bigger in height and width, double the size of him. If the thing wasn't ripped in the middle, it would have been an oval-shaped object. Insides of the object was a dark purple and white slime fell from its upper part. He then saw a familiar claw marks on the opening of the object, and looking down, there's the footsteps again on the pavement. Connecting all the dots, he figured out what he's looking at. A sickeningly true thought. He's staring at a hatched cocoon. One that's supposed to be don't belong here. One that's definitely shouldn't be here at all. What the hell are you? Huh, he wondered. Deku snapped out of his thoughts and looks down at the pavement and took off behind the footsteps once again. This is really bad. He knows that much. He mind-linked Kodachi, and his bird is actually looking for the culprit as well. But Kodachi was a bit ahead of him, and Kodachi instructed his to turn right. Deku did as Kodachi instructed. He knew that running in his mortal form is quite slow. He transformed midway as he ran. The transformation immediately sped him up more. Go straight was the only instruction he got from Kodachi. Ghost Rider sped up more and more. He realized that he'll reach in the crowded part of the city in less than 20 seconds. It would have taken him a couple of minutes if he remained on his normal form. Deku then entered the crowded area of the city. People walked to their destination with umbrellas protecting them from getting soaked. His hood covered his skull, but when he ran past people they could see the green fire. Deku slowed down as he entered the crowded area, because he didn't want to injure any more innocents. Because of him slowing down, people stood frozen and watched him run, overtaking the vehicles as if they're not fast at all. His metal boots made a clashing sound that frightened more. It doesn't take a genius to guess who's the figure running by. His fire gave away his identity. He's the Ghost Rider. People turned to look at his way when they heard his loud footsteps. But they immediately froze, panicked as well, when seeing the terrifying fire vigilante sped past them. After he crossed them, they felt the strong gust hit them. They all saw the melting footprints that left behind by him, and everyone was speechless. Deku wanted to speed up, but he'll end up running over a passerby. However, his objective was the same. Reach the middle of the city. The city mall to be exact. That's where he and Uraraka talked to one another a few hours ago. It's almost 4 to 5 hours since she's left, and he's already on his way to capture this murderer. One more minute. Then he'll be there. He ignored everyone's frightened look. Because if he stopped to reassure anyone in his own way, then there won't be anything left to save at all. The monster is actually starting its rampage, it seems. After the first attack, this attack is the longest killing spree. He already saw multiple massacred dead piles, and he doubts the said monster will stop anytime soon. He jumped up high when he saw the red light and the vehicle stopping. He jumped over almost 10 cars before landing on the opposite side and continuing his run. Kodachi kept instructing him. The rider literally had to run over a building wall horizontally to turn right, due to his momentum. Like usual, people stood there frozen in confusion and panic upon seeing him. Even though they could only see him for a second, they could see the dark smoke and green flames coming out of his hood. However, Kodachi informed him one more thing. Incoming. That's when he heard the thuds of heavy and fast footsteps of the monster he's looking for. The footsteps approaching was from the right side of the junction, and that's why he couldn't see the monster. Not only him, but the people also couldn't see the beast because of how fast it is. Calculating the direction and trajectory of the incoming monster, Deku realized that he have to outrun the beast. He have to do it because the monster will kill that mother and child crossing the street. That's why he gotta go faster. Deku moved faster and more faster. He couldn't pay more attractive to the beast because he really wants this two innocent people to survive. Shockingly, the footsteps of the monster appears to be a matching speed as him. One section. That's all he's gonna get. The mother and child is only few meters away. He have to make it. Ghost Rider have to make it. Within few milliseconds, he jumps to cover more ground than the monster. In that same jump, he gotta do few things. The first one is to catch both mother-child in his arms, which he did. Then comes the hard part. He moved his body mid-air, so his back is facing the monster's way. That way the monster won't get to get them. However, within few milliseconds away from getting pummeled by the creature, he held both of the people in his arms and secured their neck with his hands in order to prepare them from the immediate force of being pushed away. He wrapped his hands safely around both mother and child just in time, because he felt something powerful and heavy crashing into his legs. Thankfully, he was fast enough to not get hit in his back. If he got hit in the back, maybe he would have accidentally let go of the two he had on his hands. Everything happened so quickly. He felt his body got sent flying. Few minutes ago at the mall. Zoom in, Aizawa said to the operator. What's wrong, Eraser? Midnight asked. They're here because of the Ghost Rider. They were reported that he was here few hours ago, and some people even said that he vanished with a girl. They had hard time finding out the truth. But thankfully the place has installed CCTV all around the mall. Even though it's a great news, things always doesn't go smooth. The place where the Ghost Rider appeared had no clear view from the camera. The footage is only limited to few frames of the vigilante bring in. They cannot see his face. Nothing is clear. On one frame they could only see his side. Due to the pixelated footage, they cannot pinpoint anything clearly. However, Aizawa found something. The girl with the rider. Sadly, they couldn't see her face just like the riders. But he found something on the other frame of the footage. You found something? Sakachi asked, looking at Aizawa. I think, he said. Now can you zoom in on this person? He asked to the operator, who nodded. The operator zoomed in as Aizawa asked. It's pixelated, sir, he said. Aizawa nodded. But do you see the clothes of that person? Identical to the one with the riders. Aizawa said, pointing at the other monitor, where the girl and the rider's footage had. Sakachi looks closely and Midnight nodded. Seems right, she said. I do see the similarities, yes. Sakachi agreed. Can you make the resolution better? Aizawa asked the operator. No, sir. I cannot. This computer isn't capable of doing that, the operator said. Okay. We want those footages. We'll see if we can do something about it, Sakachi said, and the operator nodded. He copied the files to a pen drive and handed it to Sakachi. I hope you'll find it, Midnight said. Then they left the room and towards the exit, only to hear a big commotion. When they exited, they saw few cars flying and the crowd backing away from something in middle of the street. Aizawa and Midnight was quick to react. They ran towards the spot and through the crowd until they reached the middle. What they saw was shocking. They saw the familiar hooded figure on the ground with two civilians in his grasp. Both woman and child has got knocked out. The rider was already trying to get up with the two in his hands. Aizawa didn't hesitate before running up to them, followed by Midnight and Sakachi. Help them, Aizawa shouted, indicating both woman and child. The rider in his normal form let go of the two and let the heroes take them. Aizawa picked up the unconscious boy and checked for the heartbeat. He's alive but knocked out. Call an ambulance, he shouted, and Sakachi did as told. Midnight, however, had a bad news. Her ribs are broken. It's serious. The crowd gasped. Deku, however, knew it'll happen. However, if he hadn't interfered, they would have been beyond saving. He stood up and everyone looks at him. Hands up in the air. An officer shouted, pointing gun at him. Few more police officers did the same. Deku, however, remained on his spot looking at the two civilians he saved. "I had no other choice," he said. "I repeat, hands up in the air. That's your final warning." The officer ordered again. Deku slowly looks at the officer, who only saw his two green eyes. "If you shoot me now, the civilians will get caught up in the crossfire. You don't want that, do you?" he said. The officer physically stills. The officer looks around at the crowd and slowly lowered his gun. Deku then looks down at the way the footprints went. But this time, the footprints only go so far before vanishing. Aizawa and the others looks at the way he's looking at. They saw what he's looking at. "I gotta stop that thing," Deku said. Others heard him speak, and they saw a portal appearing under him, which immediately made him vanish. Everyone watches shocked. He just disappeared. That's not a normal thing to see every day. Not especially when the user has the fire quirk, but uses it way differently. Things are getting worse now, young Mirio. Each day passes, heroes are met with new bunch of mutilated bodies. All Might said, rubbing his forehead. He's tired. Really tired. Mirio knew what's his mentor getting at. All Might was looking worse each day, and Mirio knew that his services to the world is getting cut short each passing second. "I've heard Aizawa and Midnight found something. Gotta be something that help us get closer to the vigilante, right?" Mirio asked. "I'm clueless, young man. I'm so clueless. Ever since that vigilante appeared, I started feel so helpless. That day at ASG, he called me by my real name, as if he could read me. His aura was so powerful when he got closer to me. Since that day, I was troubled." All Might confessed. "Was he manipulating you? Playing mind games, I mean? If not, how does he know you?" Mirio asked. All Might shook his head. "I don't know. But all I know is that stopping him won't be easy. I've seen him fight. He kills without a second thought, which makes him a killing machine that won't stop no matter what," he said with gloomy look. Mirio was sweating when hearing all that. If All Might himself ain't so confident, Mirio can only imagine the threat level of the vigilante. "I'm still getting used to the power of one for all. I still do get hurt. But if you think I'm ready, I'll be out there and do everything in my power to stop the vigilante," Mirio said. "You aren't ready out, young Mirio. But I don't think there's enough time to train you to your full potential. There's hardly any time left. When the time comes, I'll cover you. But you have to finish that fight for me," All Might said. Mirio nodded. "I'm not sure how am I going to stop him, but I don't think I'll give up without a fight," he said. "That's what I want you to do. If the vigilante overpower you, just stay out of his sight and help people who needs you. And I do feel bad to say this, but there's a huge chance that we won't make it out alive. If that happens, be sure to go down without letting the innocents die," All Might said truthfully. Mirio stiffened when hearing that, but he nodded immediately. "Understood." All Might just looks at Mirio and slowly nodded. "Thank you for carrying such a weight from me," All Might said. "It's not a weight. I see it as my duty. I was ready for it for a long time now," Mirio said. "I'm glad you're here for me and them, young man. You'll be a wonderful hero," All Might said. Mirio nodded with smile, but he noticed something else. "I'm sorry if I'm asking something personal, but why is it that you look so sad?" "I know it doesn't have anything to with the future," Mirio asked. All Might stopped his small smile and his head slumped. All Might have a reason, but he was keeping it for himself until now. "I need your judgment, Mirio," All Might said. Mirio just stood there and blinked. However, he nodded. "Oh, okay. But what for?" he asked. "It's something I never told anyone. It's not something I'm proud of doing. Instead, I'm disgusted at myself. I do regret it," All Might said. "I don't get it," Mirio asked, confused. "I want to ask you something first. What will you do when the most important or favorite person in your life won't grant you something, even when they could? What if they deny you from having that even when they have a lot but won't share? All Might asked. Why are you asking me that? Please, just answer me. What will you do? All Might asked again. Muriel looks at All Might, then thought about the outcome of the said possibility. I don't know. I'm not someone to lash out on anyone. But I'd say it depends. Maybe I will be mad. Maybe I'll be sad. There's no saying it until I feel that for myself. Mirio said. All Might only nodded. The answer is always hard to find, huh? All Might said to himself. What happened? What have you done? Mirio asked, unable to contain his curiosity. I saw a kid some time ago. I saved him from a villain, and then he held on to me until we landed few buildings away. At first he told me everything that a normal fan of mine said. But I wasn't expecting his last few lines. He asked me if he could become a hero. He was a quirkless child, you know? But I knew I saw something in him that day. But All Might stopped with troubled breath. Mirio stood there and saw All Might regretful expression. He connected the dots, and he recalled All Might's previous question. He only come up with one possibility. You said he can't? Mirio asked. All Might didn't said anything, confirming Mirio's theory true. I was just trying to not drag him into any mess. But I failed to realize how harsh I was. I was blunt, and I forgot that not everyone has a heart like mine. But yesterday I realized something. Something which I cannot forget. All Might pauses and continues when Mirio nodded. I realized that the boy passed away few months ago. I looked at some files and I realized that he died a week after I've seen him. His sister studies here, and I never felt this ashamed in my life. I saw his family cry and all could do is watch. Every death of the people gives me nightmares. But this one case have more impact on me than the rest. After all, I was the who rejected his dreams. All Might said with so much guilt that he lowered his head more. Mirio felt bad too. I have done things I'm not proud of. Nobody is perfect. But you realized your mistakes, and that explains how much you changed. It won't bring back that kid. But all I can say is, we have to live with it. There's no escaping the reality. Mirio said. But what do you say about me? The judgment? All Might asked. Mirio shrugged. I cannot chase away your demons. But I can see that you're trying to pick up your mistakes and get rid of them. You're on your own for this one. If you're feeling guilty, then find a way to do something about it. I'm sorry for not being much of a help. Mirio said sadly. All Might nodded. Guess I'll have to figure things on my own. All Might said. He then stood up and moved closer to Mirio. Let's talk about our main priority now, he said and held on both shoulders of Mirio. Remember, focus on the one for all. Connect your mind and heart to it and fight with everything you've got. All Might said. Meanwhile, is it possible? Aizawa asked to the operator, who did their best to tweak the footage and add more smoothness to it. So far they could only see so much. Due to the footages being shot in such inconvenient way, the pixelated image is nowhere near understandable. Even more frustrating thing is, the two figures they are suspicious of only appears on the footage for few seconds, and CCTV could only capture a little bit of the figures. Yes, we aren't sure about the figure in black, but we could do something about the girl. But it'll take few minutes. The officer who operated the computer said. Good, Aizawa said. I can't believe the big mall is occupied with old cameras. We would have been already after them if we had some quality footages. Midnight said. The mall ain't a place where criminal activity happens often. It explains why they are low on security. Sakachi said. I thought safety precaution is all about preparing the necessities before shit goes down. At least they should have known that CCTV is the first thing when it comes to the gathering information, if something unfortunate happens. There's no use of the footages if it doesn't even give away the criminal face. Midnight said. You're right. But we cannot expect everything goes smoothly. Sukachi said. But before they could argue anymore, the operator said. We have a view. He said, pointing at the screen with the girl. The news reached him quite early in the morning that day. A news he subconsciously waiting for. A news that didn't even make him stay at his dorms any longer than needed. Taking the first bus, he arrived at the hospital in few minutes. All the way here, he mentally prepared for facing his old man. In every step, there was an urgency that people around him gave him way to move forward. Even though he's usually have a neutral expression going on, this news somehow made his emotions visible. It's probably because of something impossible happened in his mind. After all, his old man was an invincible boulder in his mind. His old man was supposed to be a tough barrier that's almost impossible to break. But now, the said old man is on the hospital bed, fighting for his life, and ended up losing his powerful quirk. It's probably safe to guess that his ego also might have died with his quirk. But Shoto have hard time believing that his old man's strength is gone. At least he hoped that it's not true and endeavor regain his powers eventually. After all, Shoto wanted to be the one to overcome his old man. And without him, Shoto may lose some motivation to move forward. But even if endeavor won't be whole again, Shoto now has a new target. A target that will help him become someone stronger. Stronger than All Might and Endeavor. All he have to do is keep Endeavor in his mind whenever he'll come face to face with the Ghost Rider. That way he'll achieve two things. Become the #1 hero and stop the vigilante from wreaking more havoc. His destination is 7th floor of the building. In any other day, he would have just used the stairs. But today he was so troubled and ended up using the elevator. Within a minute, he's on the 7th floor and walking towards the 5th room to the right. He moved closer and got a hold on the doorknob, but halted immediately for a second. What is he going to say? Will he have to say anything? Will he and his father have a talk? Or Endeavor is even in the mood for talk? So much questions which he'll get answers if he opened the door, but a bit hesitant to do so. In his whole life, he never had a normal talk with his father. There was only anger, curse, and arguments between them. Ever since he could remember, everything in his family was fucked up by his father. Because of his old man, his mother left a scar on his face that'll never go away. It was yesterday when Endeavor woke up and healed a bit. That's how Fayumi informed him of that, and he's here. Even though he still haven't decided an approach, he still haven't forgave Endeavor, and he doubt he ever will. Sighing, he twisted the doorknob and opened the door slowly. What he saw inside made him sigh a bit. Was it sigh of relief? After all, Endeavor is sitting on the bed along with Fayumi, who sat on the chair next to his building. She had peeled orange on her hand, and it's safe to assume she's feeding him food. She's the only sane person in their household, and Shoto never missed it when he saw how much hard she's trying to bring the family together. But ever since Toya died, shit baggin' to go downhill. Shoto entered the room, and both Endeavor and Fayumi looks at his way. Shoto didn't even look at Enji. Instead, he looks at his big sister and nodded. Shoto, you didn't have to rush. It's really early in the morning, she said. I don't mind it, he replied plainly. Oh, then come on, take a seat, she said, dragging a stool from under the bed. He slowly sat on it and finally looks at Endeavor. Enji was already looking at his way. But Shoto really felt like something was off. And that something is his aura. Endeavor had that aura around him, which made him the arrogant and powerful pro-hero. But now all Shoto can sense is weakness. Enji looked a bit pale and less muscular. Dark circles under his eyes showed his tiredness and disturbed concentration. Overall, Enji is a wreck. A characteristic that doesn't match him at all. Endeavor slowly looks down at his lap when Shoto looks at his way. I've failed, Endeavor said in a low voice. Shoto and Fayumi know what he's talking about. Endeavor looks down at his palm and clenched it tightly. To surpass All Might. To become the number one hero. I was ready for anything. Even sacrifices. I've been too much confident when I was out there saving people. Endeavor started. And all I did is to look forward to achieve the goal. I've put you through the hardest, and I thought I'll make it. I keep looking forward without no worries in the world. He paused, and then looks out of the window in the room. Maybe I was way too confident to look around. And I have finally ran into a complete full stop. Out of the blue, there's a vigilante who came and sent me back to the start. He stopped. Endeavor didn't look away and sighed, and his body slumped. In their life, they only got used to see his broad shoulders on top his straightened spine. But it seems he have finally got shown his place. Fayumi placed her palm on her chest sadly. It's unlike of her father. He used to abuse them and all, but somehow his defeated state is saddening. All I was doing was arguing with my partners and told them I don't need their help. Turns out Mirko was there. But never in my life I got defeated the way I did that day. He was almost mumbling at this point, as if he's remembering everything and subconsciously saying everything out loud. I was seeing rampaging fire and I was in pain, screaming, and that's the last thing I remember. He mumbled. With a distant look, Endeavor looks at their way. I've lost, he said. Shoto and Fayumi stared at Endeavor defeated look. Finally, the number 2 hero came back to his senses, it seems. Or he just lost his fire. That shows the level of beatdown he gone through. He may have got destroyed. After all, Shoto's seen how strong the vigilante is. He just destroyed that Namu who almost killed the All Might. Considering that outcome, it really is a miracle to see Endeavor alive. Please, don't stress yourself, father, Fayumi said pleadingly. Endeavor gulped and sighed again. How can I not? After all, I'm no longer the number 2 anymore. Even if it's not official, who wants a quirkless number 2? Endeavor said. Fayumi looks down at her lap. There's no good answer she could give him. After all, she's not used to anything like this before. A quirkless Endeavor is something out of a myth at this point. It doesn't feel like real, even though the evidence is right there. Nobody, Shoto said. And the room was in a deafening silence. Fayumi's eyes widened, and she could feel the building tension in the room. Oh, Shoto. Haha, you didn't mean that, right? Right? She nervously chuckled with her arms flailing all over the place. Nobody wants a number 2 like that, he said, silencing her. Again, there was a silence and Fayumi just didn't know what to do. Endeavor just sat there staring back at him. That's why I will be the one who will overcome the number 1 hero All Might and stop the vigilante. Unlike you, I am raised to become a weapon, and guess what, old man? Shoto said, looking directly into his father's eyes. You'll see me at the top. I won't be defeated like you did. And that's why I don't underestimate my enemies. I'll do things that you never was capable of doing, Shoto said coldly. Shoto. Fayumi tried to stop him, but he just stood up. I remember everything you've done to our family so you can be the number 1. But now it's only me left. He started with an angry look. You've always been my target, and I was training my best to overcome you one day and show you what I am capable of. Even though I aim to be the number 1 hero and surpass All Might, you've been the one who was my first target. But now, you just got beat up by a vigilante and didn't even come close to reaching All Might. I've heard your words of becoming the number 1 hero ever since I could remember. And now I only see someone who no longer have the strength to back up his words, Shoto said, staring right into his eyes. Endeavor again looks down at his lap, and Shoto took some deep breath. But I don't know why I was so shocked when I heard you are defeated. I don't know why I was rushing to the hospital and just sit outside the IQ, waiting for whatever the doctor has to say. And I don't know why I was in a hurry this morning and made it here without wasting any time. It's all just confuses me. I don't know what to think of you, but I act before I realize it. Shoto finally confessed, making his father look at him again. Fayumi just sadly looks at his confused face. She knows what he's feeling, but she also knows that Shoto doesn't have a clue about his own emotions. He's afraid. He's afraid to lose his father. Maybe that's a family thing. No matter what happens, it always makes the members bond and come closer, no matter how far they are. Maybe it's just that. I'm interested in the Ghost Rider. Maybe I am here because I wanted to see what type damage he caused you. Or maybe I'm losing my mind and can't process anything. Everything is going so fast, he said. Endeavor nodded. You should know one more thing, he said, attracting his kid attention. That vigilante knew everything about us and what I did. He made me scream when he showed me how much I hurted you all. And I don't know why, but I'm starting to feel differently now. I started to realize my mistakes, and I somehow started to feel guilty. Almost like that vigilante made me learn how to feel more guilty. He could read me like an open book. Looking into his eyes, I've learned to become someone who's not terrible. Endeavor said. His words are shocking. They never heard him speak that way. I know it's too sudden, but I want to apologize. The problem is, though, I now know that I don't deserve it. Endeavor said. For the first time in their life, they saw a pleading look in their father's eyes. But I want to be someone better. Even though you won't forgive me, I want to do something good. He started. And the last thing I want to say about that vigilante is, I'm somewhat thankful of what he's done. He made me realize things I never saw by myself. Endeavor finished. Shoto and Fayumi sat there and heard him say all that. I won't forgive you. Neither do our family. Not at least for now. After all, only we know how much your actions caused us. And I'll be the last to ever consider forgiving you, he said and stood up. Shoto then walked towards the door. Are you leaving already? It's only been few minutes, Fayumi said. I don't want to stay in this room anymore, he said, twisting the doorknob. He paused before exiting and looks behind. Now I do have the reason to fight the Ghost Rider, more personally, he said and walked out. Some time later somewhere. That day, the city was silent. However, it wasn't so pleasant. It's probably because of the lurking danger he yet to have confront. Deku never stopped his patrolling, even though a monster is out on the loose. He took care of the sinners like he usually does. But still he couldn't help those innocents who perished in the last few days. Many destroyed areas and buildings, and at some point he saw some heroes evacuating some citizens put of the city. Each day people around the city got lessened due to two reasons. First is the evacuation, and the second one is the killing spree of the monster. Deku knew that there's a hero meeting going on, and there's so many heroes gathering at some places as the part of a mission. An inevitable mission he knew will happen. The mission to eliminate the threat known as the Ghost Rider. And he also knows that they found out Uraraka involvement. It's just the matter of hours before someone will interrogate her. He didn't want to know the rest. It's on her hand to reveal who he is or not. Truth to be told, his identity revelation is the last of concerns now. Kodachi remained up in the sky, trying to pinpoint the location of the monster. The damn thing is fast and seemingly could use a teleportation power. But as far as he observed its movements, the creature cannot cover any far distance using the teleportation. It only could use it to cover any short range of distances. At least that's the only extent he saw it use the power. And now finally he could sense the victims of the creature. It's strange that he couldn't even sense them at first. But now he could sense them. But still he cannot sense the beast. Without Kodachi's point of view, he won't be aware of its position. But now he do have hope. Finally he could sense those who encounter it. And that's why he stood on top of a building focusing on to sense if anyone have been encountered the creature. So far nothing. Even Kodachi don't see anything. Thinking of that, he came across some more cocoons. The creature probably rests inside it. and the possibility of there being more than one creature is pretty much zero. If there was more than one many, he would have ran into one already. Or Kodachi would have found out. He kept his senses high. Even a slight indication, and he'll be there using his portal. He hoped for it to appear and not appear at the same time. Because he doesn't want the innocents to get hurt upon its arrival. That's why he was extra cautious. He stood there for some time until he felt a strong vibration a few distance away from him. And the said vibration came from the same rooftop he's standing. Too caught up in tracking the beast, he couldn't even react sooner. Finally, I found you, brat. He heard that familiar female shouting. He only heard it a millisecond before a powerful something came crashing onto his back. His eyes widened, and there was no ground under his feet anymore. He could feel the shockwaves of whatever hit his back, and then there's a huge gust of wind as he got thrown away. The gust of wind hit his body from the front as he got kicked across a building. Due to the force, he snapped his eyes shut for a second. When reopened them, he saw that he about to land face first on top of another building. He brought his arm in front of his face just before he landed on top of the other rooftop, creating a big dent. He didn't simply land it, however. The force made his body bounce on top of the concrete, and he rolled on the ground until he hit the railing of the building. The metal railing almost got ripped off, but it stopped moving once the force died down. His back was against the destroyed railing, which is holding on to one metal bar. His spine almost got crushed there. Even if any physical injuries don't work on him anymore, it's possible for getting big open wounds and crushed bones. But they'll heal soon. Well, only his mortal form can be damaged and take few extra moments to heal. His hell form, however, is the opposite. No matter what happens, he's indestructible in his Ghost Rider form. Even if someone managed to break his skull or bones, it'll go back to normal in a second. Now he's in his human form, and that attack did affected him. Looking up, he saw the rabbit hero Mirko calming down with another powerful kick. She was this close to landing her boulder-crushing kick on his head. But he managed to roll out of the kick reach. When her leg hit the concrete, there's a huge shockwave, and the rooftop got crumbled under the frightening strength of the kick. The said shockwave hit him just as he avoided her kick. The shockwave came with some rubbles which hit him all over. The shockwave also caused him to get thrown across the rooftop and connect to a wall. The wall got cracked when his body hit it. "I've been searching for your sorry ass for quite some time," she shouted with her usual wide smirk. "And I've been looking forward to meeting you again." Mirko didn't waste it any other seconds, and she's already leaping up and came back down with a drop kick. Deku couldn't dodge this one, and those muscular legs of her hit him and sandwiches him against the crumbling wall behind. The force sent him through the wall bounced as he got rolled on top of the hard concrete until his body skids to a halt. Deku shook his head to shake off the dizziness as he slowly got on his hands and knees. She's not holding back. The whole rooftop got destroyed, and he could sense that nobody is in the building. Mirko knows that too, and that's why she doesn't care about destroying it. Her each attack is too much powerful, and could just come at him with back-to-back attacks. But she's only holding back because she's enjoying the each strike she lands. Her attacks are really trying to avoid the same outcome as the last time. She's coming back with those attacks because of the last time. She's really making up for it. Keep standing up. I'll enjoy putting your ass through the floor again and again. Come at me, she shouted with a fierce look in her eyes. She was looking so wild. Her grin was wider, and her muscles are more flexed. Deku stood up, and he saw her rushing towards him, and leaped up and came back down again with a spinning roundhouse kick. She moved really fast, but he could see her movements just enough for do something. In his human form, his senses aren't as powerful as the hell form. That's why he barely had any time before he could counter an attack. To block the kick, he brought his both hands to his side, just before her leg connected with his midsection. He digged his metal boots onto the concrete for a grip, and finally her leg connected with his forearms. The power made him to skid few feet away, and she still was on the air with her leg glued to his forearms. He heard his bones snap and the ground under him crack and cave in. Mirko, however, wasn't letting him block her attack any longer. She twisted suddenly in mid-air until her leg is directly on top of his head. Without any delay, swings and aimed another kick right on top of his head. Another shockwave, and he felt the kick and his eyes almost got rolled back into the socket due to the force. The kick made him spin and hit the floor with his head, and the caved-in roof gave in and collapsed, including him. Sure, there's another floor right below. He landed on his neck and right in top of the rubble. Mirko eventually dropped to the floor from the air. When she landed, her right leg was on top of him. She smirked widely and crossed her arms to show the dominance. No more running. I'll kick you across the whole city until I find you in a cell, she shouted, leaning and looking down at him. Deku shook his head. You shouldn't be here, he said, and summoned a fire chain just beside Mirko and was about to grab her with. She saw through it and leaps away. I won't fall for the same trick again, brat, she yelled. Come fight me. She roared and ran around the chain, which tried to catch her and almost kicked him. Deku was still laid there, but his fire chain dragged him out of the way of her attack. As expected, another shockwave and crumbling debris. The remaining roof collapsed, and all Mirko did was follow him with her red eyes. She's really into kicking some, but she has no fear. Maybe last time only surprised her. She only seemed to worry when he turned into his hell form. She's brave. He rolled and got back onto his feet. I'm not the one who should be stopped, Hero Mirko, he said, and as expected, Mirko didn't even seem to listen. She's on his side just in a second. She aimed for another roundhouse kick. He sighed. She's not leaving him any choice. Instead of blocking, he caught her leg, which almost hit his head, and he spun around and slammed her upper body onto the concrete so roughly. He heard her wind knocking out of her lungs, but he definitely didn't miss her widening grin. Mirko did a kick up so fast and so high that she's already up in the air. Nice try, you little brat, she screamed before he could realize her kick already sent him across the room and hit the wall. Instead of stopping there, he got sent through the wall. Deku saw that she kicked him out of the building. They were already up in the 4th or 5th floor, and he was literally flying, and he definitely gonna land. His body spinned, and before he could realize, he landed right on top of an abandoned rusty car, squashing its top part. Staring up at the blue sky, he laid on top of the crushed car, and for a second he lost in its beauty. He remembered how he used to lay like this at bridge, where he used to play. Sometimes old memories comes in his mind like this. He then once again sat up slowly. She's not even giving him much of a choice. Mirko landed on the alleyway and chuckled. I thought I got you there, but I guess I can't complain, she said, charging at him. He jumped off of the car just in time to avoid her attack. You're interfering with my duty, Rumi. You have no idea what's going on here, Deku shouted. Shut up, brat. Killing my people ain't called a duty, she shouted and tried for another kick. He narrowed his eyes and summoned his fire chain and swings at her. Mirko was even bothered by the fire. She caught the chain and used it to fasten her movements in a yo-yo effect. The fire didn't harm her, and she kicked him right in the gut, sending him flying across the street. In mid-air, he decided to do one thing, and that is to create a portal behind him as an entrance. For an exit, he created one behind Mirko. Just as the sound came, she looks back. By the time he already entered the portal, and in a second he appeared out of the portal behind her. Her eyes widened in surprise. That's something new. He narrowed his eyes, stretched his hand far back, and aimed a powerful punch right on her cheek. The speed caused by her kick boosted the effect, and she couldn't even move before he punched her full force. The attack sent both of them flying, especially Mirko. Both of them got bounced and rolled on the pavement. She stopped few meters away from him. He slowly stood up. and he knew one thing. That punch won't keep her down. She won't give up until he kills her. That's a quality he wants a hero to have. So he'll definitely won't kill her. He heard her chuckle and look at him with a wild look in her eyes. She wiped her swollen cheek and lips, which got bloodied. Yes, keep it coming. It's finally becoming fun. She shouted and stood. Her grin is wider than ever. Her words doesn't belong to a hero, but her actions are definitely belongs to one. Even though she loves a hand-on-hand combat, she do prioritize saving the innocents first. They were about to run at each other again, when there's rumble. Just in time, Kodachi informed him about something. It's the monster, and it's coming this way. He looks at Mirko, who is closely looking at the ground. What, another set of fear chains? Bring it on, she shouted. He realized something. She thinks that his chains are causing the rumble. Because when his chains comes in a horde, it makes the same rumble. And Mirko already experienced it. No wonder she's mistaking it. But have another thing to worry about. He have to do something about her. He knows what kind of power the beast have, and Mirko won't stand a chance. And people needs her help as well. He can't let her get hurt. Bring it. I'll kick your ass anyway, she shouted and rushed at his way. He got no other choice. He should have done this few minutes ago. He waited for her to attack, and when she leaps at him, he immediately created a portal right in front of him, and Mirko's eyes widened. She gone through it, and he closed the portal just as she entered. He sent her straight to Hero headquarters, and she'll probably interrupt the meeting going on there. But she'll be out of trouble. When she's gone, he's finally is ready to confront the beast. The rumble got closer and closer until the beast came to the view. His eyes widened in surprise. I should have known, he muttered as the creature came to a halt when seeing him. The creature was bigger than a car and had a glistening red skin. It was a muscular beast with a reptile-like tail. The beast have sharp long claws on each 4 of its legs, and the torso and shoulder is bulkier than its hind legs. Its head was like a cross between a bat and lion. Its sharp pointy teeth was as red as blood. Its long ears and dark fur swept backwards, and its eyes were golden. The beast was the definition of terror. A garm, he said with his eyes glowing. Meanwhile, the heroes are gathered around and was discussing the best way to stop the Ghost Rider. Almost every heroes are there, except for those who carried the evacuation mission. Aizawa and others are still at UA, but All Might was there with Mirio on his side. I'm saying we should, a local hero was giving his opinion. SSSSWWWWWash. They heard that familiar sound of chains, and the green fire circle appeared in middle on the furthest back of the room. Everyone's eyes widened, and it was unexpected. Everyone almost stood up and was ready to attack until they heard the familiar sound of a woman. Mirko came and landed on the floor and aggressively looks back. She turned around and ran towards the portal, and unfortunately it disappeared. Fuck, she cursed in pure anger. You little bastard, she shouted. Mirko, some mumbled in surprise. They were expecting completely different something. She stiffened and looks back at them confused. What the hell, she mumbled confusion. Okay, explain. What the hell is going on? A female pro-hero demanded. Uraraka sat on the balcony looking at the dark sky. It's been some time since she started to spend time alone. Her friends were so worried. But she has her own problems to deal with now. She's going through a mental conflict, which leaving her all confused. Should she tell her teachers the truth? Truth about the Ghost Rider and who under that hooded leather jacket. Her mind telling her to expose him, but there's a part of that's holding her back. Even though he said he doesn't care, she seems to do. For some unknown reason, she was taking it everything so hard. Maybe Izumi is the reason. Uraraka is afraid of the outcome. Maybe she's scared about Izumi. There's a chance that Izumi will lose it and situation get worse than it already is. Uraraka sighed. What she got herself into? She was supposed to be training, spent time with her friends and study. Instead of all the said above, she was wasting her time thinking of a vigilante who happens to be a dead person who's dear to Izumi. And Uraraka cursed the fate because of making her carry such burden of truth. She knows that it won't take any while to just open up to one of her teachers, and she's free from the pressure. But still, she wasn't sure why she's not doing it. She spent time like that for some time, until she heard footsteps behind her. Uraraka sighed and was expecting to see her friends when she turned around. However, her eyes widened when seeing Aizawa standing there with an envelope in his hand. Uraraka immediately stood up and bowed apologetically. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. I wasn't aware of your presence," she apologized. Aizawa sighed and shook his head. "I've just arrived, Izumi. Don't apologize," he said, and she slowly nodded. She didn't know why he's here. Usually Aizawa just gather everyone around the hall whenever he has something to say. Which is exactly why she thought that he ain't looking for everyone. But her. That thought made her nervous. She's not ready to whatever that's gonna happen. She gulped and decided to speak up. "Is there something wrong? Is there something I have done?" she asked. Aizawa didn't speak immediately, making the tension grow around them tenfold. He eventually spoke. "There's something. But first tell me, whose side are you on?" Aizawa questioned her. There's a pause, and she let his words sink in her brain, and to say she was confused is going to be an understatement. "What do you mean?" she asked after a minute of silence. "I don't understand," she added, fidgeting her fingers. "I'm sure I was loud and clear. Whose side are you on? Ours or Ghost Rider?" He finished his question, and immediately her eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Does he know? How? She asked herself that unknowingly her body started to tremble and her eyes teared up. But why he ask her that? What's that a doubt she heard? Is he actually think that she's with Ghost Rider? Why do you ask me that? She said. Aizawa then opened the envelope in his hand and pulled out a photo from it. Her heart was beating fast, and eventually he showed her the picture. She saw the contents in it, who was in it. She gulped again and immediately knew who's the person in the photo is. It is you, seen with Ghost Rider at the mall. And I know my students when I see them. And by the looks of it, you were conversing with him. It's clearly you. Uraraka. Don't deny it. Aizawa said in his usual facial expression. Uraraka somehow knew that someone will figure her out. But she didn't expect that to her own teacher, and this quick. Well, there's no running away. He figured it out anyway. It's pointless to lie. And why on earth she'll lie anyway? It's not she who is causing trouble. Uraraka nodded her head and spoke. It is me in the photo talking to the Ghost Rider. She admits, and she saw disappointment in his face, which almost breaks her heart. It's not her fault. I've started to talking to him under some circumstances. I can explain, she said. Aizawa nodded. I have more questions, but I let you voice out your own part, he said, which she's thankful for. First of all, I want to make things clear. I'm not on his side, and never was, she said. And then she spoke. Most of the things that happened, her meeting the green-eyed boy, talking and befriending him, and so on. Aizawa paid close attention to whatever she had to say. Meanwhile, half the city was destroyed with 0 casualties. The heroes have evacuated the citizens beforehand, and gladly no poor souls lost their lives in this calamity. The one responsible for all of this, the Ghost Rider, is still there in middle of all those fallen skyscrapers. The reporter said as the helicopter they are encircled the said calamity. There's no single building stood tall, and dust clouds almost covered the horrors from their sight. And amidst of all the chaos, the camera picked up the green glow of his hellfire, which haven't moved from the spot in some time. Izumi and her friends watched it on live TV, and they saw the rider just standing there, possibly observing his own handiwork. The sight was frightening. This was a whole new level of destruction, one they never witnessed him do it. Up until now, the Ghost Rider was known for his massacres, but destroying an entire city, that's a new level of insanity. Momo was the one who switched to this channel. Coincidentally, she always is the one who changed channels, and always switched to something at a really wrong time. Everyone except for Todoroki, Uraraka and Bakugo was there, once again witnessing the rampage of this monster of vigilante, who somehow saved them more than once. A day has come where this all should end. This carnage will be the death of humankind if the heroes won't act immediately. The second-ranked hero of Japan has fallen. Our only hope is All Might himself. Momo turned off the TV again. The news was filled with desperation and helplessness. The reporter was basically talking for the civilization, and the genuine fear of this situation could be heard. And the future heroes couldn't do anything. They helplessly watched everything happen around them, and just stay there not knowing what to do. Up until the incident at Usji and the study camp, they had a hope. Hope of stopping this mad vigilante. But the shocking part is, the said vigilante is the one who saved them both times. He destroyed those overpowering villains and got rid of them with some minutes. Since then, there was always been a question in their minds. How are they supposed to stop someone who cannot be stopped, even by the second strongest superhero? Truth to be told, there's no answer. Why, though? What's the point of destroying the city? Izumi wondered. The answer to that is simple, Izumi. A mindless psychopath doesn't need a reason for any of this mess. My brother experienced a lot of similar incidents. Maybe we'll soon experience it too. Ida said in a serious tone. His words frightened them more. They've been inside the protective boundaries all this time. They almost thought that they're just that, spectators. Thry forgot the fact that they have to face the danger head-on. After all, they are the future heroes in training. Maybe they won't even see the day of their services begin. Maybe they'll die trying to go against this vigilante. Even though they were willing to be the heroes, the vigilante himself extinguished their spirits with his display of strength. What are you saying? Mind to wind. It means exactly how it sounds. We gotta face this vigilante too at some point. Heroes are dying each day. At some point there won't be anyone left. I'm sure that day is near. Ida clarified his words. Everyone gulped, but they knew that it's all inevitable. I think we'll stick together and man up to face that fire guy. We'll go down in style if he get us. Kirishima said with a fumble. He's scared too. But he remembers why he's here in the first place. Maybe, who knows? Teamwork is a great thing. Combined with our full power and plans, we possibly create an opening. Then, who knows, we'll be the first to bring him down. Siro said. Others hesitantly nodded. No matter what, they're sure it won't be long until they confront the dangerous vigilante, and all they could do is mentally prepare themselves for it. Izumi sighed. I don't know, she said, and everyone looks at her. What? Mina asked. Izumi looks at them and shook her head. I don't think we should keep that mentality, she said. Her words confused them. After all, Izumi is one of those people who doesn't back down so easily. So they are eager to know what does she meant. What do you mean? Gyro wondered. Haven't you remembered the Usji incident? Whatever that creature those villains brought was too strong. It almost ended All Might, and you saw it. She started. And Ghost Rider got rid of that beast without breaking a sweat. Even though he saved us for some reason, we saw him kill it so easily, she said. We do remember, but we don't get it still. Kaminari spoke. Knowing you, I can tell that you don't do stuff so randomly. So I assume there is a reason for you to say that. Momo said. What I'm saying is, first of all, I don't give up easily, but I know when to back away from a fight. All that happened within these few weeks, I started to realize that our powers are just limited. she said, and others looks at her confused. And even Endeavor was defeated. To think that we'll win is too much of a fantasy at this point, she said. Their eyes widened when hearing that. So you're saying us to give up? Mina asked. Izumi shook her head. No. I'm telling you to reconsider every possibilities. Don't think we can handle it. Just think that the Ghost Rider is an impossible step to climb. That way we'll be desperate. And if we're desperate, we could do anything at the moment. For me, that way always worked. And don't forget who we're about to face. Our winning chances are just slim. Desperation will make us do anything to get rid of the threat. And that way, there's a chance we'll hold him in place for some time, she said. Her words echoes through their brains, and they knew that she's right. Maybe they're not supposed to defeat the vigilante. Maybe they're supposed to keep him occupied. With that, they started to think realistically. Meanwhile, so you didn't know who he is until recently, Aizawa said. Yes, sir. Honest. I never imagined him to be the Ghost Rider. He seemed to be normal at first. Up until recently, he was just any other random citizens I saw. She said almost everything to Eraserhead. She don't know if she's doing the right thing, but she have no other choice. Within 2 minutes, she explained how she met him and how he showed up at the cemetery that day. But the important question is yet to be asked, and she knows that he'll ask it anyway. Okay, but there's an important question. Uraraka, I want you to cooperate, because you're our hope to figure out the Ghost Rider, Aizawa said. I understand. Aizawa nodded and picked up his phone and typed something and eventually showed her the screen. It was the drawing Mirko helped to draw. I know that you saw his face. Is this how he looks like? He said. She sighed and nodded. Yes. Aizawa was hoping for a no. Izumi and her mother was in a lot of pain that day. You sure? He asked. I am, she said. I wanted a confirmation. Seems like this vigilante has someone else's face. Izumi's deceased brother looked just like the Ghost Rider. I was hoping for you to say no, he said, shoving his phone back into his pocket. And now comes the real question. With all honesty, you must answer me. Understand? He said. She already knows that question. She nodded. Who is this Ghost Rider? He asked. With not much of a choice, Uraraka was left with 2 paths. Either lie or tell the truth. Either way, she knows that there's a lot of questions left to answer. You ever been afraid of Ghost Rider? I mean, when he was there with you? Izumi asked as she held Eri's hand. It's almost immediately after they saw the news. Izumi is already walking back upstairs with Eri. They had enough of the TV that day. Everyone coping up with the situation differently. Most of them are anxiously waiting for the inevitable demise. But either way, there'll be a day they're on a death mission to recapture the world from the Ghost Rider's palm. And that day is nearing them breakneck speed. Eri looks up at Izumi when asked such a question so suddenly. Eri blinked few times, and though about it, she's not afraid. But was it always like that? Sure, he was so nice and saved you. And saved us. Did you ever felt scared of him? She added. Eri nodded. I've been always afraid of the place I was kept in. Everyone comes there scared me. Because everybody wanted my blood. All the time I was left with pain and nobody cared. But I still remember hearing loud explosions all around me one day. Father and the other person was running towards somewhere. Then the whole path got destroyed. I was scared to see him come out of the explosion. I was so scared until he sat next to me and said that my life mattered. And that he cared for me. He then removed the curse. She said and looks at Izumi. I'm no longer scared, she said innocently. Izumi nodded. But why not scared of the things he does? I'm sure you know what I mean. Izumi asked. I died many times. So death won't change Mr. Izu's place in my heart. He matters, just like I matter for him. Eri said, and truth to be told, Iri always sounded more mature than she looks. Maybe her past life made her tough. Or maybe there's no point of being an infant in her life. Because she'll get hurt either way. I guess. Truth to be told, he saved us more than one times. If it wasn't for him, neither of us won't be alive. That's why I don't know how to feel about him. Whether to be afraid or calm. Nobody knows what to feel. It's like he's not a single person. It's almost like he thinks differently when he's using his quirk or something. Izumi said. Iri shook her head. That's not true. He's a good person who don't hurt innocents. Because he hasn't done anything to you guys. Iri replied. Izumi sighed. Iri has her reasons. But why is it hard to believe? I guess so. Izumi said, and both of them reached upstairs. Want to come to balcony? I'm sure Uraraka is there. Izumi asked. What happened to her? I hardly even see her these days. Iri said, confused. Something probably bothering her, and she's trying to cope with it. Izumi replied. Oh. As the two walked towards the balcony, Izumi heard faint voices coming from the direction they're headed. At first, they didn't heard much, and couldn't say whose voice it belongs to. However, Izumi almost missed Uraraka saying something, making it clear that Uraraka is there. Either she's on a phone call, or there's someone she's talking. Izumi stopped thinking that whether she should barge in or not. After all, she said that Uraraka can have her time. What if Uraraka is in middle of talking about it to someone? She don't want to overhear anything yet until Uraraka herself says something. Even though she's not eavesdropping, it looks to anyone that saw her like this. I think we should come back later. Izumi said to Iri. What happened? What's wrong? Iri looks up visibly lost. She's talking to someone. Probably something personal. We don't want to disturb something like that, right? Izumi said, smiling. Is she all right? Iri asked, worried about the brunette. Hopefully. Izumi replied. And like a good girl, she was about to turn and leave when she heard another voice. She knows that tough voice. Mr. Aizawa, she mumbled, halting again. Or better say, she stopped because of his question rather than his voice. And now comes the real question. With all honesty, you must answer me. Understand? She heard Mr. Aizawa say. Is he interrogating Uraraka? But why? What question he's talking about? What's the topic of the conversation to begin with? There goes her manners, and Izumi leaned a bit closer to hear things more clearly. Iri just stood there, unable to figure out what Izumi wants to do. Who is this ghost rider? Izumi's eyes widened when hearing that. What the hell? What kind of question is that? Few hours ago. You've never confirmed his identity? Mirio asked. Mirko sat there and sighed loudly. At that moment, my priority was to capture that kid. I almost had him this time. If I ever stopped for a chit-chat, I would have ended up here a lot sooner, or I would have just died without doing much. My goal was to drive him to a corner, and that's that. She said, still shaking in anger. The rider indeed sounds like a teenager when she talked. Means he not only looks like a teenager, but he's an actual teenager. And she could see the resemblance of Ghost Rider with Izuku Midoriya. There's another priority. To properly identify and make sure if the Ghost Rider has anything to do with Izuku Midoriya. Night, I said. Mirko scoffed. As if he'll open his mouth if asked him anything. All I see is just resemblances. I may look like a bad guy trying to frame an innocent kid. But the truth is they look just alike. Can't just go gently on him because he looks like that deceased child. If I was holding back, maybe. She stopped her sentence midway, and everyone raised a brow and noticed her eyes twitch in annoyance. What's wrong, Mirko? There's something you're not telling us. Hran Torino demanded an answer. Mirko clenched her fists, and they could hear her knuckles crack. He was holding back. That little brat was holding back the whole time. She growled under her breath. Others looked at her confused. I said I had him this time. But who am I kidding? That brat wasn't even trying. I can tell because last time we didn't stand a chance. She said more to herself. She felt strange when she landed a hit on him first. Thinking back now, she realized that he didn't seem to trying at all. It's almost like he was just going along with it in order to achieve something. If the vigilante doesn't play around with his opposition all this time, how come he was holding back? Why not end it like he always does? Gran Torino asked. Mirko sat there thinking. Did he talk to you? Night Eye asked, adjusting his glasses. Mirko recalled the whole thing and replied. His attention was somewhere else. As far as I could tell, he's probably searching for something else. The whole time that brat kept telling me that I shouldn't be there. If he was holding back, he was distracted the whole time. The last thing I've heard him speak is to get out of there or something, she said. Looking for something, you say? Sakachi said, and thought about something. The incident with the mother and child. The Ghost Rider seemingly tackled them for something, and he's searching for something that time too. I've already submitted few photos of the scene, and the pavement was destroyed. But big footprints could be seen going opposite direction from the incident. We've heard Ghost Rider say that he needs to stop something. Sakachi said, and few heroes nodded, seemingly aware of it. Because they saw the photos, which leaves few others who have no idea. Aizawa was with you that time, right? And you told me that he found one of his students with the Ghost Rider at the mall, right? Night Eye asked. He left immediately after to question the student. If his suspicions are correct, then we have a possible snitch at the Yua compound. Either the student leaking information, or that student is in danger. Sakachi said, making All Might widen his eyes. Who's this student you're talking about? He asked shakily. Ochako Uraraka. Being their teacher, I'm sure you know who that is. Sakachi replied. All Might didn't say anything. That revelation was shocking. If she have anything to do with the Ghost Rider, it's likely to think that she knows who he is. Then she could tell if the rider got anything to do with Izuku Midoriya. Mirko's sketch and Midoriya face resembles to a point that it can be a coincidence, or there's more to it than we think. Sakachi said. It's probably a coincidence. What else could it be? A local hero said. We're talking about Ghost Rider. Whatever concerns him doesn't sound so normal when you think about it. His goals and quirks still remains a mystery, and things are happening strangely around him. There's two people that maybe possibly know about him more than anyone, and that two people is Ochako Uraraka and Eri. We tried to question Eri, but we couldn't help but startle her the whole time. That leaves us Uraraka Ochako, and that's only if Aizawa got the correct person. Sakachi said. So right now, there's a chance that the Ghost Rider is looking for something or the source of the footprints, while Aizawa questioning his student. Day by day, we're reaching somewhere. Gran Torino said, connecting the whole possible things that may be happening right now. Meanwhile, with Deku, happening simultaneously with the hero meeting. The Garm. An interdimensional threat that came all the way back from the bottom of the dimensional core. Why it is a threat is because the life form moved before its very eyes is something it sees as a filth. Even though it doesn't kill everyone on its path, doesn't matter anymore. Because when this beast gets familiar with the new realm, then it'll start its rampage without being picky. No matter whoever comes across its path would be shredded into million pieces. He knows what kind of threat that creature is, and stopping it is his main priority now. The enemy probably becomes partially invisible, and all the people will only see Ghost Rider wreaking havoc. They won't see the creature amidst the chaos their battle will leave behind. The huge beast was already on his side, before he could even transform. Almost immediately his side got shredded by the giant claw. The attack was powerful enough to separate his right hand from his body and send him a kilometer away. When he got thrown that far, he'd gone through many buildings until his body was planted the huge dent on a building that stopped him from going any further than that distance. Garm, the monster who could rip through dimensions with its claws. really showing its sharpness by cutting through his flesh like a butter. Deku wasn't moving at first, but he knew that he cannot waste any more time and let this creature get accustomed to this new world. Without it having a soul, he gotta inflict physical damage rather than go for the penance stare. Countless lives are on the line. It'll be a nightmare if the creature let loose freely. In an instant, the big creature came zooming past the destroyed buildings, and it's a second away from landing another strike on him. Deku's eyes glowed and smoke started coming out of his body. Before the strike could land, he jumped out of the way and landed on top of another small building. Garm hit the spot he was just a moment ago and absolutely obliterated the entire half of the building. Huge dust and smoke blocked the entire scene. Deku's transformation was midway, and when he fully turned, his lost limb is already grown back. He saw through the smoke as the creature leaps at him. This time, Deku didn't dodge or rolled out of harm's way. Instead, he sent a huge amount of fire chains out of the ground like a huge fist. Because of being midair, the creature didn't even could move out of the way. The big fire chain fist hit the creature. There's a shockwave when both heavy bodies hit one another. However, Garm didn't get sent flying as hoped. Instead, the creature used its claws to latch on to the big chain fist. Like a blur, it ran on the fire chains until it reaches him. Ghost Rider immediately summoned his fire scythe and swinged at the leaping creature. Garm saw through the attack and midway disappeared, leaving the scythe to slash through air. As if traveling between the realms, the creature immediately spawned behind him. Both magical beings could see through each other's attack. Even though he couldn't sense Garm before, the creature offense may have nullified its stealth approach. It probably travels between realms to hide its presence up until now. But how did it know? Why did it try to conceal itself? Did it know about him? Ghost Rider immediately swings at the creature again. And then again, the big monster vanishes and spawned from the top. Garm heavy claws hit the top part of his skull, sending him almost flying. However, like the creature did, he immediately swung the scythe, and it ripped through its forearm, making him stop, and he pulled himself forward, and with his powerful fist, he punches the creature right on its jaw, making its head twist with the force. Garm quickly spins around and hit him with its powerful tail, which connects right in middle of his torso, the scythe still being impaled on its forearm. When it sound around, the sharp blade cut its forearm into two. Ghost Rider got sent far, and Garm screamed in pain as its hand got sliced from the middle. Ghost Rider immediately recovered and ran back towards the distracted creature. He got find the source of it being here. There's more than Garm, and he's sure of it. Ever since he traveled the multiverse, something has entered this world. He gotta find that source. For that, Garm shouldn't be there. Ghost Rider immediately knew what to do. He gotta utilize his portal. But this time he can't send the creature somewhere else like he sent Mirko, because Garm could slice through realms. A portal towards another place won't stop it. So he opened a portal under the creature, which leads to another dark dimension where no light exists. Garm being distracted, the creature almost immediately went through the portal. Before it completely goes through, he closed the portal, making the circle to shrink and close right before its head went in. That move separated its head from its body. Ghost Rider skid to a halt, realizing the fight is over. For now, at least. Because the severed head got disintegrated almost immediately. But he knew that the creature isn't dead. Because he could sense its aura before the portal vanished. It will heal. And he knew that the creature will be back soon, when it's healed. The dark void-like dimension won't stop it forever. And the Garm don't leave everything behind that easily. He turned back to his mortal form and heard the helicopter circling him. Looking up, he saw the news helicopter hovering around. He sighed, and before the smoke could die down, he out in his hood. Few hours later with Izumi. She stood there frozen, and her breathing was hitched as she heard everything. Everything that will change the reality forever. She heard everything that Uraraka had to say. The truth about the Ghost Rider. Who is this Ghost Rider? Mr. Aizawa's question is basically the main thing she was expecting to hear from the start. The whole point of the conversation is to know who is this notorious vigilante. Uraraka gulped and fiddled with her fingers. What is she supposed to say? Whatever Deku said doesn't make sense. But he's not someone impersonating Izuku Midoriya, nor he's someone with coincidental similar face. He's in fact the real deal. The one who's supposedly dead, but not so dead at the same time. But he claimed that he's dead. But then again, ghosts can only haunt mentally. And they saw him destroying everyone physically. My answer is going to be complicated. I request you to don't ask me too much when I give you the explanation. Because I don't know any more than I tell you, she said, looking at him. Aizawa didn't immediately say anything. He looks down at her and then nodded. Continue, he said. Uraraka nodded. I've seen his face clearly, and I've talked to him without his hood covering his identity. And to know who the Ghost Rider is, I think you should know who he actually was, she said, looking up at him. Was? He asked. Uraraka nodded. Yes, Ghost Rider was one of us before he died. She started making him tilt his head in confusion. What are you talking about, Uraraka? It's not some kind of joke. Before he died? What's that supposed to mean? Aizawa said, getting tired of the day already. Like I said, it's complicated. And yes, he died. At least that's what he claims. And I've been always wanted to see Izumi's little brother. And sadly he passed away, and she told us that. No, we saw his grave. And Ghost Rider was there to place a flower on Izuku's grave. He said he died, and I don't know if he got resurrected or faked his own death or something. But I was the mall to confront him after I realized who he is. Izumi showed Izuku photo, and at camp I could recognize him after he saved Eri. I was ready to look for him again and again to find answers. Turns out he's already aware that I've been found out his identity, she said in a rushed tone, making it more like she's blabbering or something. Aizawa stood there, hands wrapped around himself, and stared at her, as if he's seeing a mental patient out of Tartarus. In short, you're telling me that? He started. Yes, Izuku Midoriya is the Ghost Rider, and he admitted that too, she said. Aizawa dubbed his temple in frustration. That's not possible. Izuku Midoriya is deceased, and his family said that when his picture was published as the face of Ghost Rider in news, he said. Uraraka shook her head. I believe my friend. When Izumi said her brother passed away, I believed her. But you're not believing me. He never denied the truth. At first I thought he's a doppelganger or someone resembling Izuku. But no, he was the real deal. How is it possible, which I don't know. But that's all I know of him, she said. Aizawa sighed. She's right. Things sounds way too complicated. I want you to come with me. I know someone with a calm and reasonable mind who'll understand your words. I'm completely drained, he said. Uraraka looks down at her feet and nodded. Sure, things won't end with her confession. Because the things happening is way too insane. A dead boy is running rampant through the streets like a maniac, and they stand wondering who was on the grave. Okay, I understand, she said. Oh, do you? Because I don't understand shit, came a loud, frightening female voice. Both Aizawa and Uraraka immediately snaps their attention towards the sound. Their eyes widened, seeing none other than Izumi, who stood there breathing like a wild animal. And her physic energy engulfed her body, and her eyes are frightening and purple. Uraraka's heart skipped a beat when seeing Izumi stand there. Out of everyone that should overhear them talking, Izumi wasn't the one who should be hearing them. Uraraka saw how hurt and angry Izumi looked, and never before she saw this side of Izumi. She never seen Izumi angry like this, and it's safe to say that she heard everything. The painful truth. But Uraraka was sure that she wasn't convinced. Rather, Izumi us ready rip them apart for talking about her little brother like this. For Izumi and basically for everyone else, Uraraka is literally bad-mouthing a person who is no longer in this world. Amii. You what? Huh? Izumi yelled dangerously and walked closer to Uraraka. Stood her ground, but her whole body was slouched in defeat. Uraraka wasn't ready for this. Izumi wasn't supposed to know. Not yet, at least. Which part of this situation you don't understand? First it was the fucking news and heroes dragging Izuku into this shitty mess. And they still don't care to take his picture down. And now you. Izumi said, poking Uraraka's chest harshly. Tears were flowing as Izumi yelled. Her voice frightening yet heartbreaking at the same time. Blaming my brother for something he never done. You people are all the same, huh? Wasn't his grave enough for your so-called evidence? I'm talking to you, to Eraserhead. Answer me. She yelled at Aizawa as well. Izumi, listen, Uraraka tried to speak. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? Izumi fell on her knees as her psychic energy died down, and with a defeated, distant look, she sat on her knees. My little brother passed away. He died. Means he cannot do anything. He can't. He's gone. Is it that hard to understand? She was mumbling at the end. Uraraka was tearing up as she fell on her knees and hugged Izumi tightly. I'm sorry, Uraraka slowly said. But let me explain. There's something you should know, Uraraka said. Izumi immediately pushed Uraraka away and stood up, and she's a mess. Explain what? She mumbled. Explain what? She screamed, looking dangerously at Uraraka. It was painful to watch her best friend screaming at her. Even though she was telling the truth, there's nothing she could to make them believe her. She's stuck between an undeniable truth and heartbreak. Either side is really upsetting. What's there to explain? You don't know Izuku. All you saw was his grave. Izumi was like a person who suddenly lost their sanity. I never thought you're one of those who believe everything. Guess you don't believe me no more, Izumi harshly stated. No, please, lie. Shut up. Vigilante. You people only wants to know that guy and frame my little brother to cover up the fact that we're all useless and can't find the actual criminal, Izumi said with her eyes wide and lifeless. Izumi, there's Aizawa tried to reason with her. Fuck off. Bunch of morons. Izumi screamed in pure hatred as she looks at both of them in disgust. Monsters. Her voice broke as she said and turned around and ran away. Ami, wait. Uraraka desperately tried to call her best friend, but Izumi never stopped. Eri was standing there, looking at the way Izumi ran off too. What happened? She asked, worried as she looks back at both of them. Uraraka was sobbing, and she was already brought to her knees by the sudden exhaustion. It's gonna be all right, Aizawa said to Eri. Will it? Uraraka mumbled. Maybe the distance between them is gonna start to grow. That day, Uraraka became the bad guy in Izumi's life. Sad part is that she was being hated for telling the truth. Mr. Aizawa. Mina came barging into the staff room, startling the occupants. Every teacher looks back at the pink-skinned girl. Mina was panting and a horrified look was on her face. Aizawa was arranging Uraraka meeting with Tsukachi, and he looks at Mina with an eyebrow raised. Ashido? He called, standing up. What's wrong? What happened? Midnight asked, walking towards her concerned. They could guess it's something horrible, because Mina looked so disturbed by whatever is going on. This is wrong, Izumi. Mina was struggling to speak. Calm down, Ashido, Aizawa said, walking towards her. I can't. And Izumi, she left. She finally said it out loud. Aizawa halted for a moment, taken back by whatever she said. Left? Where to? Midnight asked, confused. Mina pointed outside the room and was still gasping for air. Eri said. She said Izumi left. That's all she could say. This time Aizawa knew better than to stand there and watch. Iri knows. She knows what? Aizawa ran out of the room and exited the school building and ran towards class 1A dorms. You problem child. He mumbled more and realized things aren't as easy to comprehend. Upon reaching the destination, the mood was gloomy and everything was dead silent. The first thing he saw when darting into the leaving room was almost every student standing there looking at one another, as if looking for answers, or they're just too shocked to even move. Uraraka was kneeling on the floor with both her hands on Iri's shoulder. Where's she gone? He demanded an answer. But he knew that where this is going. At first, he didn't get any answer. What felt like an hour later, Uraraka looks at him, and she was silent. Her face distorted into that of a shock, and it's just frozen in her face. Answer me, he said impatiently. Few hours ago. Did I do this, Mom? Did I? Izumi, emotionless voice, asked her mother, whose equally seemed dead inside. Don't. Please. Mama can't handle when you're like this. He'll never blame you for anything. You did nothing wrong, Inko said, placing her hand on top of Izumi's head and patted her hair. Everything was an unfortunate turn of events. We cannot change anything that's supposed to happen, Inko said, trying to convince herself, then assuring Izumi. Izumi sniffled and hiccups because of crying for hours. She's messed. They're a mess. Maybe I could have changed it. Changed everything, she said. Inko shook her head. What are you saying, sweetie? How? Inko was cut off when Izumi slowly stood up. I could have changed everything, Mom. I could have. Izumi's voice broke as she cried again. But I didn't. All I did was make things worse, Mom, Izumi said, trying to stop her cries. Inko stood there looking at her daughter, confused and worried. I was so horrible to him, Mom. I was a bad sister, Izumi started. Inko shook her head. You're wrong, honey. You have done no. I did him wrong, Mom. I never told you this. But Izuku was bullied, Izumi said with her head low, and regret consumed her. Inko's eyes widened, and those words shocked her. After all, Izuku never complained. Everyone hurted him, Mom. Everyone was so cruel, and I could make them stop. I could have, she said, wiping her eyes. Inko looks at her, already crying again. But I didn't stop them. I failed to protect him. But then again, I was one of them. I also bullied him too, Izumi said, looking down at her feet, embarrassed and disgusted at her own self. Inko nodded her head. Explains why he never brought any friends home, she mumbled. Maybe he was too good for us, Inko said sadly, and Izumi looks at her. Izuku was too pure for this world. As far as I understand him, he was someone who accepts everything for others' sake. He was too good for us, and we failed to be good enough. My poor baby, Inko sobbed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Izumi kept mumbling that again and again. I failed to protect him. But his memories. Mom, his memories will live in my heart, and I'll protect it at all cost. No one will tarnish it. Not even me. I promise, Izumi said, hugging her mother. Don't push yourself too much, sweetie. I would have been mad at you for bullying Izuku, but we'll be disturbing his sleep by fighting over it. He maybe already forgave you, Inko said, hugging her back. Izumi nodded. He did. But all I could do is protect his memories. I won't let anyone ruin his name, she said. She won't let anyone ruin his name. No matter who that is. Izumi opened her eyes, and the room was dark, and she's sitting at the corner of the room. How long was she there crying? How long has it been since she yelled at Uraraka and Eraserhead? How long was she there in her room trying to not jump out of the balcony and end everything? How long was she in despair and hatred? How long? Why, though? Why things have turned this way? Shit. She shouted and slammed her fist on the floor. Why did things reach this far of fucked up? Out of everyone, she felt betrayed when she heard Uraraka say those words. Truth to be told, She was betrayed rather than felt betrayed. Uraraka knew. That damn girl knew everything. And after all this time, things aren't as she expected it to be. Izumi forgot what kind of society she lives in. Everyone can be brainwashed by the ugly lies of the people who holds more power. And she may know how things went with the heroes. To cover up their lack of leads on the Ghost Rider, they wanted some way to lie to people. Someone randomly sketched a photo, a kid's face in one of their files, and chose that face to cement lie further. They snatched his true identity and slapped over a false assumption and called him the Ghost Rider so people won't bother them with more questions. Monsters. Bunch of monsters. Every single one of them. Was she the only who considered them as nice people? Were they always this cruel? Yuryu, Izumi said, and places her head on both of her hands and screamed in pure anger. Her agonizing scream was muffled by her palm, and each passing second, she was holding in the urge to release her quirks and destroy everything. Where did she enroll herself into? Was things always this corrupted? Was it always this fucked up? She stayed like that a few more minutes. How far people could go to get something and have to lie and hurt someone. Seems like this is all humans are. Trying to escape what's right. Ghost Rider this, Ghost Rider that. How come Izuku the one getting all the blame? Haven't I told them? Do they even know the meaning of death? She mumbled to herself as her eyes stared at nothing in particular. That's a faraway place that nobody comes back from. No matter how many times their loved ones cry and beg. Trust me. I know. I've tried. She continued to talk to herself. After 2 minutes, she chuckled dryly. The chuckle wasn't of amusement or joy. It's of self-reflection of her current state. Out of everything she could do at the moment, she's talking to herself. As if she's going insane. Am I going insane? She asked herself. She thought for a moment and sighed. Maybe I am, she admitted. Staying like that. Izumi immediately stood with eyes widened in realization. Eerie, she mumbled. Present time. Eri said, Izumi gone after Ghost Rider. Ida answered for Uraraka, who was finding it hard to answer his question. Bakugo was silent, as if everything just yet to be synced in his mind. Aizawa sighed in frustration. Why am I not surprised? He asked to himself. But why though? Why she gone after that vigilante? Kaminari wondered. Is it because she's tired of seeing the carnage he brings? Siro asked. No. If she's after stopping him from the rampage, she wouldn't have waited this long. There's more to the story. Momo, being the wise one, said. Aizawa looks at Eri, ignoring all the questions by the students. When did she talk to you, Eri? He asked. Eri looks up at him and said. Last night. She came to my room with a photo frame and asked me if Mr. Izu looks like the person in the picture. She said. Everyone looks at her when hearing the new details. Aizawa nodded. What was your answer? I was surprised to see Mr. Izu standing next Izumi in the picture. Still, I said that's surely how he looks like. She said. Wait, hold 1 second. What did you say? Bakugo said when hearing that. Few hours ago. Izumi walked and stopped in front of the place she last seen Izuku. His grave, which is still covered in the flowers Vine Ghost Rider left behind. That's the only logical place she could be right now. How do you get Mr. Izu picture? She still remember Eri's question, like, what the hell? Izumi was wearing a black hoodie with the hood covering her head, which protecting her from the rain somewhat. She wore matching colored pants and shoes with a yellow backpack on her back. With a shaky right hand, she reached down and placed it on the grave. She roamed her hand over it, as if trying to check if it's real or not. You seeing this, Izuku? Someone stole your name and causing people all this trouble. And they all blaming you. She said sadly. How could I ever repay you with anything other than keep your name from being tarnished? I'm sorry for everything. For not being there then. And not being there when you needed someone to lean on. All I could do now is find out that filthy imposter and try my hardest to prove everyone that you're not the bad guy. I promise you. She said and leaned until her forehead was touching the marble on top of the grave. If I ever fall to prove your innocence, then I'll be with you on the other side. Because I don't want to fail you twice. I'll make it up for everything in heaven. She said with a sad smile. Only if there's a place for me on heaven. After all, filthy selfish bitches like me belong in hell, right? She said as the tears fell. I'll repeat my promise one last time. If fail to prove your innocence, then I'll be leaving behind everything too. Even if it's hell that's waiting for me. Mark my words. She mumbled. Now, rest easy. Your big sister will do her best. See you soon. Everyone looks at her when hearing the new details. Aizawa nodded. What was your answer? I was surprised to see Mr. Izu standing next Izumi in the picture. Still, I said that's surely how he looks like. She said. Wait, hold 1 second. What did you say? Bakugo said when hearing that. Eri looks at the blonde and said. The person in the photo looked like Mr. Izu. I told her that. Eri confirmed. Everyone seemed to not understand his concern and looks at him for answer. Bakugo's face showed his shock, which confused them further. Sure, she wasn't going after the Ghost Rider. He said subconsciously, eyes roaming around the room focused on nothing. What? Zero asked, not properly hearing much. What do you meant by that? Kirishima said. Bakugo shook his head, as if it's hard to focus on anything right now. He needs answers. You? He points his finger at Ochako, showing no sign of warmth. You know something. You're acting way too strange than the rest of us. He said, dangerously moving closer to her. I've noticed your face. I've seen guilty people my whole life. I can figure out them from their stupid reactions. What are you hiding? He said, noticing the regret and fear in Uraraka's face. Unlike anyone around, she's the only one who looks guilty, as if she's committed a crime. Like confirmation to his doubts, she looks back at him almost immediately. That reaction alone cannot be justified as if someone is at fault. But her widened eye that gave it away. Her entire body language told him that she's definitely hiding something. His palm crackled with many small explosions as he walked closer. The whole thing was shocking. Of course, Izumi gone after the so-called imposter to figure out the truth. Ever since he saw Izuku's face on the news, he's pissed with everything as well. He could only imagine how Izumi feeling right now. But he can't do anything about it. After all, he lost the rights to care about her a long time ago. But now he wants more answers. Hey, calm down. Uraraka's more close to Izumi. Explains why she's concerned. It's not her fault. Momo defended her, blocking his way. Out of my way, damn extra. I want the words from her. He said, pushing Momo to a side. She wasn't in a hurry to go get that Ghost Rider guys when she was downstairs. But then she took the girl upstairs, and then I'm sure she didn't came back down. The walls are thick enough to not hear everything. But knowing her, she never just runs away for some goddamn reason. Something happened between you two. He said accusingly, and then lifted her up by her collar, and brought her face closer to face her clearly. Answer me, or I'll blow a hole deep into your gut. He threatened. Bakugo, let go of her. Ida and Kirishima tried to pry him off of her. Answer me, damn it. What did you do? He screamed on her face, and his palm glowed orange, readying a massive explosion. Then the glow on his palm vanished. Back away. Aizawa ordered with his eyes glowing red. Bakugo growls hearing that. Fuck off, Eraserhead. You're one of the assholes who let this all happen. Don't pretend like you're in right here. I'm not the right person to ask you this. But what did you do to stop any of this? Huh. Nothing. I want her to speak so I can do the job you failed to succeed. He roared at Aizawa, still not letting go of Uraraka's collar. Uraraka is sobbing at this point. Aizawa didn't know what to say. He knows the truth, but Bakugo outrage is justifiable. The situation is that complicated. Speak. He roared on her face again. S. She heard me speak. Uraraka slowly said. Heard what? H. Her brother is the Ghost Rider. She said, making everyone go silent, including Bakugo. There's no point in hiding everything. Because at this point, not telling them the truth is pointless. The last person she wanted to know was Izumi. So why bother hide something that's not worth hiding? Bakugo was still as a rock, and then he laughed. His laugh wasn't an amused one. It's just a hysterical and insane one. Everyone who knew about Izuku's death was just looking at Uraraka as if she lost her mind. Why would you say something like that? Jiru questioned. You know he passed away. Then why? She asked for other females. Because they were all there at his grave that day. PL. Please hear me out. She begged. You think it's funny? Bakugo said, and then the next second he slammed her against the wall. She doesn't trust anyone that easily, and the one girl she was ready to hear out was you. And you chose to listen to the damn sob story these guys made, and had the balls to say that her face. Which part of this situation you're not aware of, huh? At this point, almost everyone was trying to get him off of her. No matter what they did, his rage was stronger. Eri backed away, not knowing what to do. Aizawa sighed and had to push Bakugo away himself, giving Uraraka the time to breathe. She coughed and gasped for air. Bakugo was still trying to get a hold of her, but others held him back. Zero used his tape to bind Bakugo against the couch, making him sit on it forcefully. Calm down, man, Kaminari said. They keep telling him that, and eventually Uraraka spoke. I met him at the mall one day, she said. They heard her. Bakugo was listening, but he still looks like he's ready to rip her apart. I didn't realize it was him. I know he passed away. I believe so. I swear, I've talked to Deku, she said. Almost immediately Bakugo stopped struggling and others saw he's staying still and his eyes widened in shock. What did you? He took me to his church that night. He told me everything. I don't know what happened to him or how was he alive. I asked him that. But whatever he kept saying didn't make sense, she said. What did you? Bakugo mumbles, but got cut off by Aizawa. His church. You never told anything about a church, Aizawa asked. That's where he lives, she said. Which church? Aizawa asked. What the hell did you call him? Bakugo shouted, startling them. Deku, she says. Her response shut him up. Deku. That name. How? Do you know that name? Did Izumi told you? He asks. Uraraka sighed. Look, I know that I sound like crazy, but I actually talked to him. I don't know how is it possible. I'm just as confused as you and everyone else. I never knew him before his, but I've asked him the same thing. All he said was, he came back, she said. Everyone looks at her, unable to process anything. You said it. You don't know him. Whoever you talked to you was lying. Because I was at his funeral. It wasn't something any of us ready for. But we had to believe he's gone and move on. You're wrong. He yelled dangerously. Others didn't know what to do either. Uraraka shook her head. Just all I know is that Izumi after the truth. She won't stop until she finds out herself. I never meant to cause her to run away. She wasn't supposed to hear it just yet. So, it's my responsibility to find her. I gotta go find her, she said. You caused enough trouble already. I'll go myself. And I'll kill that damn imposter when I find him. Bakugo yelled, ripping himself out of the sticky tapes. Mr. Aizawa, we should go after her, Momo said. She'll get herself killed otherwise. Ashido said, concerned. I'm going too. Kirishima raised his hand. Slowly everyone was agreeing with him. Even though they are afraid of the Ghost Rider. They knew that they have to deal with the situation sooner or later. Bakugo was still glaring at Uraraka, who didn't look away. In her eyes, he cannot see lies. All she held in her eyes were guilt and sadness. Aizawa sighed. This situation came this far. First of all, we need a plan. There's already a mission to capture Ghost Rider, and I need to inform them before we go after him. Aizawa said. But it'll be too late, Momo said. Without a backup or any support, it's pointless to go after Izumi or Ghost Rider. We won't be much of a help if we're dead, he said. They knew he was right. But Bakugo didn't want to wait around. I'm going after Izumi. Don't care if I'm dead or not. By the time you prove yourself helpful, there won't be much of her to be saved, he said straightforward. Uraraka looks at Aizawa. I'm going with him. It's my fault. I want to go and make sure she's all right, she said. Huh? Bakugo voiced his displeasure. You heard me. Even though I know what I saw, I want to help Izumi from herself. She'll be mentally thrashing herself if all I knew, she said, not backing down. Silence, both of you, I said. Aizawa was quickly cut off when another voice came. I don't see anything wrong, came another voice. Nezu stood there with his usual smile. After all, they're supposed to go out there and be heroes, right? He said. Without a backup, they'll be dead meat, Aizawa said. Nezu chuckled. We all die one day. Sure, I built this dormitory system, but it wasn't supposed to stop them from going out there. No. It's because nothing won't reach them before they're ready, Nezu said. They're not ready, Aizawa said. None of us are. Either way, they're going after their classmate. While we confront the Ghost Rider, let's just let them reach their friend, Nezu said. Kodachi's main objective was to look out for the source that attracted Garm to this realm. Its master was searching as well, but still Kodachi did his best to give the air support. It's been few hours since then. Still no sign of anything. However, Kodachi sensed something else. Before anything, Kodachi was surrounded by a pink aura which halted its course. Kodachi was flying a bit lower, and it was only few feet high up than the buildings. Looking down, Kodachi saw someone. The person was wearing all black, and their face was hidden. But still Kodachi saw those green eyes that looked so familiar to its master. But this person is not its master. The person is also surrounded by the pink glow, and they're holding up their hands. Kodachi realized that this person is the one using their power to hold him in the place. You, the person shouted. Show me your master. The person ordered, bringing Kodachi closer bit by bit. This person is a sinner. Or was a sinner. Kodachi could feel something different about this person. They did committed sin, but somehow their soul is already in pain. Tell him to come face me. Kill me or not, I want answers. The person yelled. Tell him to give my brother back his name. Tell him Izuku's sister is here. Out in the rising sun, young heroes gathered up on top of a small building overlooking the light that illuminating the city. However, they're not facing the sunrise itself. Spite of the beauty of the orange hue, they aren't supposed to enjoy any of it, knowing that their friend is far from their reach. The lack of information led them out here in the open without nowhere to look forward to. The city is big. Even with all of them, they could barely cover a single area. Knowing the threat, they haven't discussed the chances of splitting up either. Even in movies, that's the most eye-rolling mistake one could make. And here they are hoping to run into Izumi sooner than they come across the Ghost Rider. So, where the hell is it, huh? Bakugo yelled at a panting Uraraka, who mostly felt dizzy by putting too much effort scouting. All I know is that we're looking for a church that's abandoned somewhere. She could barely form a sentence together between her heavy breathing. But why are we going for the Ghost Rider? Aren't Kirishima started only to cut off? I know, damn it. First we gotta find the hellhole he's hiding in. Your use if there a chance to ambush the bastard. We'll know where to start. Mostly, I want to show her the way. The first thing when I find her. This shit is far from just a game. I'll make sure that I could be useful one way without fucking up. He yelled, not even looking at their way. This was first for them. Bakugo used to be so full of himself all the time. Even though he was acting strange around Izumi, they've never saw him considerate of someone that's not him. Almost as if he cares for Izumi more he gets credit for. The look of determination and concentration he's shown them since they left the academy was so strong. They've seen things on movies, and the hero in it only looks like this when it's their redemption arc. Bakugo isn't the finest of hero material. Yet, something about him was always heroic. The glow around him was always bright, and they now know why. Maybe he wasn't someone that's easy to understand. Okay? But can't we just focus on Izumi first? Because last time I've checked, we were too late to even get out of the academy. Kaminari pointed out. And she's an energetic girl. She'll be already miles away. Ashido said. We can't lose any more of our time and go for the Ghost Rider. Izumi probably in danger as we speak. Hagakure said. Bakugo scoffed. You don't know her as I do, extra. She's energetic for sure, but not stupid enough to run around aimlessly. I'd be surprised if she haven't found anything. I've lost many times fighting her, which makes her more than capable, he said. At this point, they've seen everything. Bakugo complimenting someone else, which is more impossible than seeing a bird spawn upside down. Everyone looks at one another, unable to reason with him. I think we'll look more to the south to find a swamp-like area with Ochako description. They heard a voice coming from behind them. Everyone missed the owner of the voice behind them until now. They immediately looks back and was surprised to see the person. Or better say the people. Shoto and Momo started for everyone. He wasn't supposed to be there, because he was always with his sister since few days. But they never expected the people standing next to him. And Endeavor, Kaminari finished the sentence, or tried to. Because aside from Shoto and a normal civilian-looking Endeavor, there's a woman with them. They almost immediately surrounded the three individuals. Hey, you okay? We've been worried. Momo said. Everyone said their concerns. Shut up, damn it. They heard Bakugo yell at them. He's not even moved from the place, except he's looking at their way. The sun behind him gave him more of a threatening aura. Is that all it takes you fools to get distracted? A guy who barely calls you and a fire guy that got his ass handed to another fire guy. And an extra that doesn't fit in the situation even slightly. He roared, not even impressed by the three people. Before anyone could say anything, he already was in front of them. If this is all that takes you to forget the mission, you better off with just hiding under a bunker. Because look at this guy. He started, pointing his finger at Endeavor face. He was the number 2 hero, and he still lost. He's not worth the attention. And you know what? He yelled, looking up at the fire-quirked superhero. Die next time you come across that damn imposter, and I'll give you the attention that you'll earn. Because I'm ready to die if this all goes south. And I'm not even the number 10th hero. You better off dead than showing off your face with a barely intact hand. He spat everything on the number 2 hero face without any hesitation. At least start with some information if you're trying to open you shitty mouth. Bakugo meant business. The moment he heard the number 2 hero lost, Bakugo lost some little faith he had in the fire guy. Then there's a silence. Endeavor wasn't expecting this or anyone else. Whatever came from his mouth was a slap across the face. Bakugo, disrespecting Ida, was immediately got cut off in middle of his sentence. If you're doing this for respect, you're on the wrong mission, glasses. Because the last time I've checked, the imposter wasn't out for respect. He kills for God knows what. It should be death or life situation. Respect isn't something I see comes in middle. he yelled, silencing them. Endeavor was speechless. That's the first time someone kicked his ass verbally with facts. Not even Shoto, or even All Might said anything like this to him. Fayumi just stayed there hearing this teenager stand up to her father like that. And Bakugo is younger than her. And you icy hot. He points at Shoto. I know your old guy is dying or something, but I thought you're trying to be a hero. Heroes aren't supposed to be at home caressing his old man's shoulder or take leaves for groceries. The imposter took the identity of a guy who was quirkless and was physically weak. But the first thing that quirkless weak guy did when I was dying was just jump in and risk his life. He never took breaks, nor I recall him saying anything about respect. And you have 2 quirks, while you're still being somehow useless. From this roof onwards, only follow me if you don't mind dying or don't need pit stops. Because our goal was to delay her death and face that imposter together and die. Or better kick his ass if it's the last thing we do. Choose your sides. Guys wants fame out of my sight. I have too many extras in my life already. He was at this point killing his own vocal cords. But somehow they heard him clear and understood every word. And which way is this swampy area? Icy hot? He questioned Shoto. South, around the city boundary. Shoto answered, not sounding bothered by his outrage. What gives you that idea? Bakugo questioned him. Because in this city, only few churches on records, and all of them are still good buildings only few years old or renovated. That's only the records I found on the internet about the city. So, the best guess is the less populated south side of the city, where used to be a small dam. It's deserted since a while. That's the only place that closely resembles a swamp. If anywhere, that's the spot you're looking for if Ochako was right with the description. Shoto answered. They're impressed with his investigation. That's very Shoto-like. Not the smartest, yet the guy that puts effort. Bakugo scoffed. Congratulations, you've successfully surpassed your old man in usefulness. Don't ask for respect. Then you'll be better. I'm off. He announced and was about to take off. Is that all information you'll need? Fayumi said. Everyone looks at her, and Bakugo stopped as well. Huh? The white and red-haired girl walked forward and stopped in front of them. There's more you should know. The secret only few of us know, she said, attracting their attention. Fayumi looks at Endeavor, who was just standing there not moving a muscle. She realized that Bakugo's words obliterated his last remaining power. Everything the blonde boy said was true. While he was resting on the bed, he wasn't trying to get up and do something just like the quirkless person Bakugo talked about. What happened to them? He wanted to know, because Bakugo said that the vigilante stole the person identity or something. Just start with the explaining next time. No need for the build-up or anything. By the time I waste my breath yelling at you I would have been at that swamp or something. He yelled again, sounding his urgency and irritation. Fayumi nodded. Father lost his quirk, she said. That's the straight-up point she could come up with. If the silence before wasn't much, then now it's almost like there's no sound exist. Everything only was processing in their minds, and that's it. Whatever she said didn't reach their brain. Or is it that the brain doesn't know how to take it? Either they almost thought to check their ears to know if it works properly. Seeing their lost look, Fayumi sighed. The day Fa Endeavor and Mirko confronted the vigilante, they've ran into his pet bird. Mistaking it for the vigilante, he was distracted. Something happened between them cost him his quirk. The Ghost Rider somehow took a quirk. The first time the doctor reported his condition, there's no trace of his quirk was visible. At that time, we mistook it for a defect. But later, there's no change. His quirk permanently ceased to exist, she said. The crowd around her didn't seem to process anything still. But eventually, they started to blink, and Bakugo was just looking at Endeavor straight in the eye, as if trying to detect lies. Meanwhile, Uraraka was the one to speak. Wait! You mean he's not able to use his fire for now or what? She asked, confused. You really meant that he can't activate his quirk no more? Tsuyu followed with another question. Eventually, everyone except for Bakugo and Shoto was asking their questions. Unable to accept that, the number 2 hero just lost his quirk. How could someone lose their quirk? It sounds so new for them. To confirm the doubts. Yes, he's quirkless now. Even though the concept of it sounds so impossible, that's the truth. The meaning behind this revelation is supposed to give you an heads up. We were heading back home when Shoto spotted you guys. He knew that something was up, so we decided to tell you this. At least you'll know what type of trouble that vigilante is, she said. None of them knew how to respond to that. After all, Endeavor was second strong to All Might ever since they known him. He used to be different, but they knew that he's a powerful hero who didn't lose that easily. Ever since they've known him, his identity was his great flames that's capable of melting concrete. Endeavor was this hulking energy of the hellish fire that never gone out. And flash forward to present time. His flame doesn't covering his face, nor his shoulders are broad with pride and power. His identity is lost. And at the point, it was end of an era. If All Might also fails then, the said era would only remain in history. The great warriors of decades finally got dethroned by a ruthless vigilante. The situation sounded nightmarish. The Ghost Rider is capable of taking powers as well. And here they thought that they knew everything about the vigilante. Yuroroko wasn't aware of this. Deku. She mumbled, unable to believe her ears. Who are you? She mumbles, and Bakugo heard her. He sighed. I've wasted my voice, yelling at you for nothing, huh? You're now officially lost the whole purpose of standing here. Just get out of here. Quirkless isn't your style, unless you're useful without the help of your damn quirk. I thought at least you'll be able to be out there with others and track down that bastard, if I riled you up. Everything was pointless. Bakugo finally didn't yell. His disappointment was evident. But still he meant every damn thing he said, even though it was also something to give the fire guy the motivation. Tragic sob story. Now let us search the south. It's useless to look at your face, knowing you aren't going to be much of a help. Bakugo said. I'm going with you. Shoto said eventually. Bakugo stopped and looks back. My old man, as you said, is lost. But I've been always worked myself until my bones are crushed, in order to be better and surpass him. Endeavor wasn't the father figure I've looked up to, but I was aware of his strength. I was supposed to be the one to surpass him and All Might. But now one of my goals cannot be completed, just because my father didn't survive the encounter that night. The Ghost Rider caught up to him before I. Which makes my objective to hunt down the Ghost Rider and defeat him. I'm ready to go after the vigilante who destroyed Endeavor and prove my hard work wasn't in vain. Shoto said, facing Bakugo. Just stop giving me a speech and get a move on. Nobody's stopping you. Just don't get in my way, icy hot. I mean it. Bakugo is back to his yelling. Wait. Bakugo stopped once again and growled angrily when Endeavor stopped him. What's it, old man? He yelled. Endeavor sighed. I've lost my right to justify myself. But I'm curious to know about that quirkless person you mentioned. You said the Ghost Rider stole his identity. What's that all about? Who's this person? Endeavor asked. Bakugo's entire demeanor changed. He's not angry or growling. His face almost went neutral. He was our age, and his sister is looking for the damn imposter and went after him. And we're now trying to find her. Bakugo said and walked away, but stopped. You're now quirkless, but you'll never see someone strong as him ever in your life. Because quirks never broke him. I think that he was the only guy who made me feel jealous. No matter how much I've hurted him, he kept coming back. He then finally looks back. He was the strongest person I've knew. None of us have the heart he had. That guy proved me that I was, or always will be behind him. Even though you're now quirkless just like he was, you'll never be as strong," he said in a calm voice that none of them heard before. Uraraka stood there listening to him. Deku is alive, but Katsuki isn't ready to admit it. But she's sure that they'll believe her soon enough. This showed that Bakugo wasn't someone they thought he was. Maybe they've never tried to understand him. The term was Bakugo was using. They figured out that the person he was talking about is no longer with them. His friends felt bad for him. Even for a second, they've saw the true Bakugo. "I'm heading out. Follow me if you don't mind dying," he said and took off. They were scared, but Bakugo knew they're right behind him. Somewhere else. "Tell him to give my brother back his name. Tell him Izuku's sister is here," Izumi yelled as loud as she could. The rage she withheld is now resurfacing with the intention of hurting anything that comes her way. Ever since she saw the green blur in the sky, she knew that she's one step closer to the truth. Kodachi was taken back by this. This sinner confused him more than anyone he came across. The person seems to be hurting themselves for everything, and there's no place to punish her. The psychic quirk held the fire bird on place, and she's putting her whole strength hold it and squeeze it. Slowly but surely she brought the fire bird closer inch by inch. "Do as I say. Tell him that I'm not afraid of dying. I'll break his nose if it's the last goddamn thing I do. Call him," she roared in pure rage. Those eyes, though, Kodachi can't help but notice the familiar yet different fire in those eyes. Her eyes was the exact match with its master. Ghost Rider has the hell flame in his eyes. Yet this person's eyes almost resembled the said inferno. Kodachi wasn't afraid, but it's an entire new experience for him. Because this person he's going against could punish themselves while they seek out their object at the same time. It's like Kodachi cannot scale her sins as much as she did. "Drill a hole in my chest if you want to. But I ain't letting you go until I get what I want." She dared the raven who is dealing with its own struggle of figuring her out. Let's see if he cares enough to show himself. The damn bastard saved us multiple times. Not once I've seen Ho's face. I want to know if my brother face actually got stolen. I want to see myself what's under that hood of his. Kodachi soon regained his composure. Even if he can't understand her, he's under attack. SS the self-defense, he gotta fight back. At least his master allowed that much. Kodachi fire burned brighter and Izumi didn't look surprised. She already seen what this bird can do, and she knew that she cannot hold him with her psychic longer. In a second, Kodachi broke free and moved fast enough to tackle her away. But Izumi was already prepared. She rolled out of the way and pulled out a sharp rock from her hoodie pocket. While Kodachi still haven't turned around to face her, she channeled both her fire quirk AMD psychic on her and throws the rock so fast that it went 10 times faster than she normally could. Just when the firebird looks back, the rock was already close to its face. In a millisecond, the rock hit Kodachi's beak and shattered with an explosion. The rock hit Kodachi just on the mark, while Izumi already threw another rock. This time the rock hit Kodachi on his neck this time, sending the firebird back and hit the ground for a second before regaining his balance. Those rocks was this close to stun him, but it dealt some damage. Just then, Kodachi felt something else. Izumi was about to attack again, but the building under her shook. That's when Izumi's hood fell, revealing her face to the firebird. Kodachi instantly recognized her. This is the same girl that was with Ariane's touched him. Her face and eyes was identical to his master. However, only Kodachi knew the danger inside the building. Something huge and powerful is about to jump out of the building, and whatever that was had no soul. Before anything, Kodachi moved so fast and snatched Izumi by her hoodie and took off just in time to avoid the powerful blast that destroyed the top part of the building. Kodachi let her land on the next roof, and both them saw what caused the explosion. Izumi's eyes widened in shock when seeing the source of the destruction. Namu, she mumbled. Few minutes ago. Everything is set, boss, Garaki announced. Shigaraki and his team is better used this way, the evil doctor said, pointing at the numus that resembles Shigaraki and his team. His use wasn't supposed to end up like this, but it is fascinating to witness such a sight. I hope when All Might is gone, there's no one else to stop me from getting that new body. All for One said with his usual sickening grin. As you know, their body was just a pulp by the time we recovered them. I'm sure there's a body I could transfer your conscious into, the doctor said. And also take a look at this. I've been looking at this fellow for a while, the doctor said, turning on the big screen, which shows a firebird is surrounded by a psychic quirk energy, which a person in dark hoodie was using. What do we have here? Is the girl you're interested in? A foe asked. It's the bird. I'd better say, its master. Apparently this bird belongs to the Ghost Rider, the same individual responsible for Tamura death, the doctor said. His quirk, a foe said, understanding what's he getting at. Also a potential new body, the doctor said, showing a photo of the hooded Ghost Rider. From the warehouse he killed the men that Shigaraki kept. Interesting. Many goals. Let's start simple. Unleash the Namu. As expected. Huh, doctor? All for One said, seeing the remaining Nomus, which didn't move from their spot through the monitor. Only Tamura Namu stands, unfortunately. Everything was fine until now. But I think the Shigaraki Namu is powerful enough, the doctor said, and looks at All for One. As your defense, the doctor said. If All Might shows up, then my first pace of the plan is a success. With Tamura turned into a Namu, I might have to find my vessel on my own, All for One said. Then I'll equip you with the custom support item, the doctor said, as the life support got replaced by a dark mask with a pod on the back. It's basically a portable life support system. I was expecting a long recovery time, doctor. Tamura failure somehow brought me out of the comfort zone. Then might as well go along with it, All for One said. Today, I'll get to see your presence out there in the world. When they see you, the world will get back its leader once again, the doctor said. All for One laughed and slowly stood up from his throne-like seat. You know the right words, doctor. The world is missing me, and I'll be hoping for you to prepare the vessel I bring, All for One said. Your wish is my command. Meanwhile, at the old church. Is this it? Kirishima wondered, looking at the swampy area just ahead of them. All of them stood outside the gate overlooking the old rundown church in middle of the swamp. The direction I pointed out is accurate. Only your confirmation is needed, Shoto said, looking at Ochako. Everyone looks at her, and she knows the right answer. If there's green fire like chandelier inside, then it's the exact place we're looking for, she said. Ito was looking around, and he pointed out something. There, he said, attracting everyone's attention. The thing he was pointing at was the pathway leading towards the church. Tire marks, he said. They came closer and observed the many tire marks of the exact same tire print. It's only wide enough to be caused by a motorcycle, Ida confirmed. And Ghost Rider has a motorcycle, Ashido confirmed, because she follows him in social media. His motorcycle is a topic everyone discusses as much as his every trait. So she was sure. We're at the right place, then, Sero asked. Stop asking the obvious, damn it. Just get moving, Bakuyu ordered. Minta was unsure still. Should we? I mean, we're walking right into the den. He might be still in there. He reasoned fearfully, and almost everyone felt intimidated. But they're already committed to it. He's not, Ochako said. How do you know that, Kiro? Sue asked. By the eyes in her, she sighed. I don't getting that feeling of being watched. Because every time he's around he's watching me, she said, and looks at them. And if he was here, he'll see us from a mile away. Deku's strength is something I'm confused about. Somehow he knows everything beforehand, she said. Every time they receive some information about him, it's always something mind-boggling. That's why I know he's not here, she added. They all stood there and Bakugo scoffed. Let's go then, he said, moving closer to the gate. Wait, are we going in? Kirishima stopped Bakugo. Yes, Bakugo said, getting irritated. But she said he's not there, Ida said, believing Ochako. She didn't. Bakugo was about to say something when boom. The loud boom from afar startled them. Just like that, Bakugo changes his course. Long forgot the church. He's got a feeling that the blast was something worth looking for. They all followed him. However, Bakugo was faster due to his explosion quirk. The smoke and fire from a distance became clear, and then again what attracted their attention was what's in middle of it. A big monster-like giant rushing towards somewhere. The monster leaving a whole lot of destruction in its wake as it moves towards to a different direction. The students gathered up at a building all at once when seeing the giant. All of them were shocked to see such thing, because they were after an entirely different thing. But now, the situation grew more troublesome. Hero headquarters. Aizawa report almost confirms the identity of the Ghost Rider. Izuku Midoriya involvement almost confirmed as well. The downside is that the girl Ochako Uraraka is already after runaway Izumi Midoriya. Gran Torino said as every heroes gathered around the big grounds of the headquarters, and everyone had their equipments and outfits on. Therefore, Tsukachi couldn't meet up with Aizawa Uraraka. Her claims are yet to be proven. Night I said. However, our mission is starting way earlier than anticipated. He added and turns around, and there's big screen just behind the big stage-like structure him and few others stood. Nightai turned in the screen, and the first footage to be seen was bunch of messed up looking buildings. And then there's another footage of what caused such calamity. There were loud collected gasps when seeing the source of the destruction. The recent footage from surveillance cameras around the evacuated city blocks. He said, and everyone saw the monstrous giant. We have uncovered the secret of its identity. There was an instance long ago, and that's how we know its name. Gigantomachia. A very dangerous individual that's on the loose. Nightai said, unveiling some of the details. Before anyone could ask anything, Nightai spoke. Currently, it's going towards the direction of the evacuation camp. City is already abandoned, but due to shipping limitations, government set a camp on the border. Somehow it knows it. Thousands of lives are in danger. That's the reason for this early start of the mission, while half of our preparation is yet to be completed. There's no time. There's already a big portion of Pireros and police patrolling the camp. However, half of you are to leave immediately as a backup. Nightai said. Some police officers ran around and called the pro-heroes who's going to be the backup. Many heroes complained, but in the next 10 minutes, they took off towards the border, leaving the next half of the heroes standing there. Now, then. The rest of us are heading the opposite direction. Our mission is going to be to help the students and the Class 1B of U. Academy is on their way. Nightai said. Not only there's Ghost Rider, but also. Nightai said, and he changed to another footage on the screen. It shows another CCTV camera view. As you can see, that's Izumi Midoriya along with the supposed firebird belongs to the Ghost Rider. And then he fast-forward the footage until the Namu is visible. There, that's a Namu. Different from the Yasuji. All Might, Mirko and a student already is in their way. Nightai assigned the backup just like that. With Izumi. She ran just behind a building just in time as the Namu hurled a massive boulder at their way. Much to her confusion, the firebird carried her here and there in order to keep her away from the big Namu whenever it attacks. Currently, the bird is flying all around the big Namu and landed an occasional strike every second. Izumi gasped and panted as she hid behind the wall. She was also hurling her firewalls and psychic fire cannons at the big Namu whenever she got an opening. However, it frustrated her when the attacks didn't inflict much damage. By each attacks from her part, the energy in her is also draining. She hate to admit. But if it wasn't for the firebird, she wouldn't have survived up until now. She also observed the Namu from behind the wall. The damage the firebird was causing somehow was less, because the firebird gets ricocheted whenever it made contact with the Namu. Shock absorption, huh? She mumbled, annoyed seeing the Namu running around trying to catch the firebird. Interesting analogy. Izumi heard the voice of a grown man, and she immediately looks at the way to see a big man who's as tall as All Might hovering above the ground and seemingly looking at her way. Because the big man is wearing a strange-looking mask with a lot wires running to a container in his back. The man is clad in black suit. He has his arms folded to his back. Taken by surprise, Izumi immediately got startled, and she hit the wall behind her just as she tried to back away. Impressive how you managed to see that quirk on my Namu. But it's shock deflection quirk. Shocked that the bird is capable of inflicting a bit damage. It's strong. All for one proudly said with amusement in his voice. Izumi's eyes widened in shock. Why, your Namu? She said out loud. You heard that correct, little girl. All for one replied, still hovering up in the air. Who are you then? I never seen you before. Izumi said, collecting her courage and straightening herself. The man chuckled. The world has forgotten me, huh? But fear not. I'll enlighten you. I'm a close friend to someone you know. He's the symbol of peace, if I heard that correctly. The man said. All Might? She said more to herself. Yes, the very one. I was out of job for a while since he give me a bit trouble. All for one said, pointing at his face, which is covered by the mask. Izumi, however, have a bad feeling about this. What do you want? What is this Namu of yours? She questioned out loud. All for one laughed a bit. Come with me. I have every answers to your questions. I can see the potential in you. All for one said, stretching a hand at her direction. She gulped a little, and she shook her head. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. I'm after someone else, she said. Is that right? All for one said. It is. And he's quite troublesome since he showed up. She replied. It's the Ghost Rider, I presume? All for one said. She was surprised to hear but she didn't say anything. This Nan emanates a sickening and powerful aura, which demanding her to run. It was terrifying to say the least. That's quite interesting sort of fellow. Truth to be told, I'm also after him. All for one said. Huh? Come closer if you want to hear something interesting. All for one said again. He clicked his tongue when she didn't comply. You're a bit of work. I think I have to break you first. He said. The next thing she see is that bunch of black wire-like things come out of his back with red electric sparks and head towards her way fast. The only thing she managed to do is widen her eyes in fear. Those things looked sharp and deadly. Izumi flinched, and she was sure it will hit her. But before that, the firebird came out of nowhere and snatched her away from the spot and fly towards a nearby building. All for one watches that happen and smirked. Impressive creature. Almost like it has feelings. All for one said. Wonder what is that quirk of yours? He said with his signature smirk. All for one then looks at the Tamura Namu and ordered. The entire city is your playground. Go play. He gave the order, and the Namu instantly followed the orders. The big Namu shifted its focus back towards the empty city. But by the direction All for one sent it, it's definitely heading towards the way Gigantomachia went. Means it also going the same way as the evacuation camp. With the Namu out of the way, All for one focused on the Firebird and Izumi. That's his plan. To get a hold of Izumi and make her a potential candidate for his vessel. But then again, All for one is also trying to hurt the bird. He heard that the Ghost Rider is there where his trusty bird is. All for one wanted to test it out. With Uraraka, The times are confusing as they ran on top of the rooftops. Their priority is to find Izumi. But just then a giant humanoid appeared out of nowhere. Even though they're far from the giant, they weren't sure what to do. Izumi's whereabouts is still a mystery. At first they had a clue, but as time and events progressed, the chances of running into her seemed thin. "Why are we following that thing?" Minta yelled at Bakugo, who's still a bit ahead of them. Bakugo growled, but he didn't say anything. He got zero clues to where to look. Eventually, they stopped on top of a building. Momo then crafted a binocular from her body and Shoji climbed up a pole and looks around with his limbs. Both of them looks around and Momo stopped seeing something. "What happened, Momo?" Ashido said. Momo points at their right side. "Mr. Aizawa and," she said, surprised, and looks through the binocular again. "Class 1B and teachers," she said, and everyone else except Shoji looks at the way she pointed at. Few seconds later, they saw the teachers and Class 1B running and stopping at the road below them. Aizawa must have spotted them because they were looking up at the building they were standing on. They saw that Aizawa telling something to others, and they nodded, and they ran towards the direction of the giant. Aizawa used his capture device to hop himself up onto the building, and he landed right in front of him. "Mr. Aizawa?" Ashido said, showing her surprise, because they weren't expecting him to meet up with him this soon. "Situation's gone out of hand. Everything changed. Just so you know. It's no longer the mission just to capture the Ghost Rider. There's multiple threats, and all of us are to aid the evacuation camp at the border," Aizawa announced. "Huh. What did?" Bakugo was about to yell when Aizawa stopped him. "We figured out Izumi's location, and All Might is going there for her. And before you start to complain, Ghost Rider is not only the threat. At the location Izumi is in, there's a big threat according to the new information. So you can't go there without ending up dying. And All Might have a plan to evacuate her from there. So I want you kids to go towards the evacuation camp. Thousands of civilians are there. We'll need every bit of backup we can get," Aizawa said. "But, Mr. Aizawa, some of the teachers are going there as a bit of backup. The situation is complicated. If you all go there, then it becomes easy for you to get spotted. The only way for you to help her is to leave it to All Might," Aizawa said. "And I don't want you to complain again. It's for the sake of this whole plan," he added. But then Shoji shouted at them. "Incoming!" he yelled, and everyone looks at the way which Shoji points at. The Namu was coming their direction. With exposed brain and all, they realized what it is. "A Namu. Run!" Aizawa ordered, and every student listened to him. And they all jumped to another building before the Namu came and obliterated the building. The shockwave messed up their balances, and they all got ragdolled as they landed on the next building. The force sent them bouncing and rolling on the concrete rooftop. Within few hours, so much happened. At first it was Izumi leaving, and then everything became so confusing. They're supposed to go after Izumi, but now they're ordered to stop looking for her. If that wasn't enough, then there's a giant at first, only for a big Namu to ambush them seconds later. The building got crumbled. Aizawa was the first to get up, and he saw the building the Namu crashed into got disintegrated, as if it was decaying and crumbling. His eyes widened, and he realized it wasn't the first time he's seen that crumbling effect. Looking at the students, he saw Bakugo was about to launch himself at the Namu. "All of you, towards the evacuation camp. Right now, there's no time to waste. Mr. Aizawa, look out!" Yoriroka screamed. Bakugo was quick enough to grab Aizawa by the capture device and jump out of the way just in time as the Namu came and landed on the spot, disintegrating the rooftop in the process. Every student helped one another jump off of the building just in time as the Namu completely destroyed the whole building. The creature was way too strong. They barely managed to land harmlessly on the big road below the building. They all got their wind knocked out already. The beast managed to harm them without even touching them. I want all of you to run towards the evacuation camp. I'll hold off the Namu. Eraserhead ordered, putting on his eye covers. That's an order. No one will disobey the orders. No words. I'm giving you the task of getting at the evacuation camp by traveling the underground train tunnel. That's the quickest way there. Class 1B is already on the way. Now go. But some of the tried to say their version of buts. Aizawa cut them off. Thousands of lives are in danger. This Namu is somehow less faster than the last one, so I'll hold it back. Now go. No buts, he ordered. They were hesitating to leave his side. Aizawa looks back. Go. Yes, sir. Ida took the test at hand. Everyone, towards the tunnels, he said, activating his engines and running towards the tunnel. They all followed him, and the last thing they ever heard from Eraserhead was a pained cry before they left the perimeters. Eventually, they've entered the tunnel system. Ida, Bakugo, and Shoto was ahead of everyone else in order to scout the way ahead. With Izumi, it was almost like an earthquake when the Firebird slammed onto All for One. The place was in ruins. Not a single one of the building around was standing. It happened a minute ago, when All for One launched force field-like power beam at them. Kodachi countered it with a big fire wall. The shockwave obliterated everything. Izumi gasped for air as she pushed away some rocks that she slammed onto. She laid there on the ground looking up at the sky. She could hear the intense fight between two forces just a distance away. Kodachi put her on some safe place and away from the masked man. She was confused as to why the bird is helping her. Every time the masked man attacks, the Firebird was prioritizing her safety more than its. Ain't they supposed to be enemies? And most importantly, she can't believe how powerful the masked man is. She could barely see the man attacking. If her reflexes were bad, then she would have missed him moving a bit before he attacks. That's the only thing she could manage, to be able to see the man move before he attacks. If it wasn't for the Firebird, she would have died in a single second. She only seen All Might with such speed. She won't count the Ghost Rider because she haven't even seen how fast he is. Last time she could remember him eliminating that powerful Namu in seconds. And that Namu was about to kill All Might. And Ghost Rider wasn't even trying to do his best. She want to face him. But Ghost Rider is yet to show himself. You're putting up a better struggle than most heroes, Bird. I wonder how strong your master is going to be. All for One egoistical roar pierced through any other noises. I'm shocked you're putting up a fight at all. You're just a bird after all. All for One added, emphasizing the fact that a bird giving him a fight. Kodachi was struggling. This new adversary is great in strength. No matter what it does, this big man always counters it. But Kodachi has an objective now. To hold on until its master comes back. Kodachi flew up to All for One only to get hit by a force field-like blast. It hit Kodachi, and the next second, it got flung across the debris-filled ruins and land, just to the side where Izumi was. She saw with wide-eyed that the bird is struggling this much. Izumi watches it as the bird gets shrunk a bit. The fire disappeared. Feathers replaced the black blade-like protrusions, and it turned back to a normal raven. It was obvious for Izumi that the bird is lost. She's seen it stabbed through many villains like a bullet. And there it is right now, defeated and hurt. At least she thinks that way. She has no idea what extent the bird is hurt. She slowly crawls up to her hands and knees and looks at the bird. Why are you trying to help me?" she asked. Her anger was temporarily turned into confusion. That question came out of her mouth before she could think straight. But it was obvious that she feels a bit concerned. The irony was there. How come she's caring for the bird that belongs to the Ghost Rider? She has no clue. Kodachi slowly looks at her, and then back at All for One who's currently above them and curiously eyeing them. Kodachi slowly walked close to her and nudges on her arm. He's trying to push her away. She figured that much. He's trying to push her away from the harm's way. I don't understand you. Why help me? She wanted to know. But she knew she won't get the answer. We'll figure that out once I finish this. It's gonna be real quick. All for One said with a sickening smile before launching a purple energy beam like quirk. However, the attack never hit her. All she felt was the ground below her disappear. I am here, E. That's the only thing she heard, which gave her the hope of living again.